provides the best viewing experience today. One other recommendation from the team is to use Grid View. That's at the top of your screen right now. There is a button that will give you several options, and Grid View allows you to view both of the speakers on screen at the same time instead of toggling back and forth using audio. So we definitely recommend that. Lastly, but certainly not least, if you have colleagues or friends that would like to tune in today, we recommend that you either send them to our website where they can register to tune in, or they can also watch on our YouTube page. The Brand Innovators YouTube page has all of our live broadcasts every day, and it has past broadcasts, so you can tune in to any that you may have missed in the past. So we definitely recommend that. We also want to thank Cisco WebEx for being a fantastic technology partner empowering today's programming. So special thanks to them. I am excited to introduce today's guest MC. His name is Jim Daly. He's the CEO of North America and Global President of Teads. With 15 years of digital industry experience, Jim is an expert in all things video, TV, and performance advertising. So he and his partners have been, he and his colleagues have been fantastic partners of Brand Innovators. So Jim, we're thrilled to have you here today.
All right, thanks so much. Thrilled to be here as well, and thank you. Thanks for having us. And I think everybody, I had a chance to have conversations with almost all of the different panelists and moderators and keynote speakers today. And what struck me was just the diversity in viewpoints, thoughts, and frankly, topics that are going to be covered between now and 5 o'clock. I think you're all going to get quite a lot out of it. And I think that the timing of this event is especially poignant because we're at the end of what has been a very transformative year in the world of marketing. And within the concept of having to change all of our businesses, if you're a marketer, if you're an ad tech platform, or if you're a publisher or agency, we've also had to learn a lot of new disciplines. Right. So somewhere along the March to April timeframe, all of us had to become experts in how to work from home, collaborate with coworkers, and ultimately serve our customers as well as we possibly could. I think we've learned a lot through this. I think we've learned that there's been major shifts in terms of consumer behavior. I think we've learned that there's been major shifts in terms of how the modern marketer needs to approach their business and their strategies to be successful. I know in our business, we saw a major shift from branding to performance, and that business has grown significantly. I also think that we have to think about where we're moving towards, because the good news is we know that vaccines are coming and that there is a specific light at the end of the tunnel in the global pandemic. So what does that mean for the marketing community? What do their plans look like moving forward? Are people going to go back to retail locations? Is e-commerce still going to be the main way people transact? And what do we do about budgets? And of course, what do we do about people and our office environments? There's a lot to cover today. Fantastic topics, amazing speakers. So tune in and turn up, and let's have a great day. So with that, I'm thrilled to welcome our first speaker of the day. His name is Brandon Roten. Brandon is the Chief Marketing Officer of Potbelly Sandwich Works. The session is going to be moderated by Colin Johnson, the head of the Central Region for Nextdoor. Colin and Brandon will explore the worlds of media, the pandemic, and the changing consumer behavior. Welcome, Brandon and Colin.
Hello. Hi there. Thank you for having us. Nothing like kicking off the first meeting of the day or the first discussion of the day. Brandon, we're honored, right?
That's awesome. It's awesome. You know, we've got to get somebody's got to be the warm-up act, right? Might as well be us.
That's right. That's right. That's good. Hey, sometimes the warm-up act is the best one. I'm not calling that shot at this point, but we're going to do our best to be big. Just for a quick intro for everybody. Hello, my name is Colin Johnson. I lead the retail and QSR verticals over here at Nextdoor. Hopefully you guys have heard of us. It's been a pretty big year for Nextdoor. I would say during COVID, everyone has probably found in their daily lives that they now know their neighbors better than they did before. And in many cases, perhaps Nextdoor was instrumental in helping facilitate those connections. And from an advertiser perspective, it has been an exciting time as well. Nextdoor allows brands to reach consumers while they are in that local mindset and actually activate local at scale media, or rather national advertising that's then dynamically deployed in the language of the neighborhood. And so it's super exciting to be here today and to be talking to Brandon and across his entire career, as well as what he's doing today at Potbelly, because the brand he represents is truly a great example of a brand we all know and love. I love their sandwiches, but at the execution level, their store locations and the people that represent their business are truly members of the communities that we live in. And so, Brandon, I will pass it to you first and have you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what you're doing.
Yeah, so thank you, Colin. I started in the agency world, ended up at Wendy's, built a digital social team at Wendy's, ultimately took over creative and media and everything, and along with digital and social from a marketing communication standpoint there. Spent some time at Papa John's working e-commerce, converting them over to some e-commerce work, and then have been at Potbelly for the last couple of years, basically working on their brand strategy and their approach to the market. Typically, brands bring me in when they want to digitize. Usually, I only spend a couple of years kind of doing the work and getting things set, and then I move on to the next thing. But that's really been my work for the last couple of years here is set this brand up for future success, for strong positioning, strong marketing, and a modern connection to media with folks like Nextdoor.
That is awesome. Well, if it's okay with you, how about we just jump right in to the good stuff?
Let's do it.
Sounds perfect. You just quickly walked through your background, and it was great to speak earlier and get to understand a bit about what you've been doing, obviously, the last many years. You have a decorated career, and really from Wendy's to Papa John's and now Potbelly's, you and the teams that you've led have really made a name for themselves as change agents. And as you landed in your current role, what were some of the first areas you focused on, and how did those prove to be beneficial as COVID spun up?
Yeah, so I'd say any new marketer who comes into play has got to do their homework, and I think we're all going to have to do a lot of homework very shortly here, because consumer habits are going to change, because people's sort of desire to get out and experience the world again is probably going to reemerge, and maybe in a very different way than it was pre-COVID. But I always start with do the homework, figure out who the consumer is, where the demand is, figure out exactly how that brand then can fulfill that demand and meet that consumer where they're making decisions. So my first part of every job is really the first 6 or 9 months is just that research, that homework. And that typically leads you to a few big priorities that clearly define this is how you need to tackle this in order to see some change. Sometimes those are things you can enact pretty quickly. We know that we're not reaching this audience, therefore let's spin up a digital team, or let's spin up a social presence, or let's create media that is actually going to meet people where they are, and I'm making those decisions. Sometimes it's harder. Sometimes they got to fix the offering, like the menu, or we got to fix our upfront process and the media mix as a whole. And oftentimes you confront a lot of tradition that's in the organization, and organizations tend to steer towards what they're used to, what the past told them worked. And sometimes that past is 15, 20 years earlier, where there weren't choices that you have now. Our marketing toolbox is huge. And when you didn't have those tools at your disposal, a lot of times you make decisions based on that gravity of the previous success versus what's happening now. So the short answer to what you ask is a lot of homework that leads to a short list of priorities. Then you start tackling those priorities. And when you feel like they've made enough progress that you can't help anymore, you look for the next thing to go try to work on. And ultimately, you need to make pretty significant changes in a lot of organizations that have been stuck for a while. So you end up fighting a lot of history and fighting a lot of internal politics to get that thing done. But yeah, so and in places like Wendy's, where you're talking about billions of dollars of business and thousands of locations all around the world, sometimes it takes a couple of years to see results. In places that you need to make fundamental changes like the offering, it takes many years sometimes to see results. But once in a while you get lucky and you can change something, and within 6 months you see a change. So I think if you look back in my career, and anybody that looks like has the kind of history I do, oftentimes you see a similar pattern. Define the problem after you do some research, and then start tackling them one at a time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And some of the things you mentioned there are not able to be affected by marketing, right? If your menu needs to change, that's not something you're in control of, but certainly you're messaging the market about the products that your company is bringing forth. And we also heard in the intro how the brands Teads is working with are shifting from branding in many cases into performance marketing. And I'd say that's an overall theme that you've mentioned to me, and I've heard from a lot of other folks. It's this focus on return on investment, this focus on ROI that of course has always been there, but now has an even greater focus as every brand has been forced to be very precise with how to spend their money in a time when many businesses are being challenged. And I guess one of my open-ended questions for you there, and there's probably no one right answer, but how do you balance short-term ROI thinking versus long-term ROI thinking? And can you do both at the same time when talking about media and advertising?
Yeah, I'd argue a typical plan, you have to create short-term wins while you're developing the brand and creating that longer-term affinity to the brand. COVID, though, was unique, right? Where people have cash flow crunches that never existed at some businesses. Businesses that were profitable year over year, even if they weren't growing, all of a sudden we're fighting for their survival. So when your CFO comes to you or the senior leadership team gets together and the decision is made, hey, we got to cut, and we don't have a choice. We either cut or we struggle. We're gonna struggle to stay open. You have to choose the things that give you the short-term win. And I think the trap is if you stay in that short-term space, because ultimately the short-term conversions, the performance marketing has to be a part of the plan, but it's a part. If you don't have a larger brand, if you don't actually create long-term relationship with consumers, you're going to always just try to stack over that little point, over that little point, over that little point, versus actually see like momentum behind the brand. So, here and even at previous organizations I've been at, when you run into a crunch, what goes away first is the stuff that you can't for sure say, I'm going to get a win this quarter or this week or whatever. But ultimately, I think that actually makes us better marketers when that happens. It's like the fasting cycle some people go through. It makes you more efficient because it makes you question things that maybe were just part of the plan because they've always been part of a plan versus things that are genuinely effective. I would argue, though, you got to make sure you have the right tools in place to really measure what is effective. And a lot of brands struggle with that. We still struggle with it, where I'm at. But making sure you have the tools in place that you actually understand the result of your actions, not just short term, but also long term on brand perception, on changes of behavior over time, of how you affect the journey the consumers take to get to you and to get to your competitors. You got to measure this stuff and understand the difference between those two things.
That makes sense. And would you say then it's possible to be both a performance marketer and a brand marketer at the same time? Can that same consumer message achieve both of those goals?
I'm not sure it's necessarily the exact same message, but you absolutely you should have a layered plan. If you're in retail and you don't have a layered plan, I think you're failing your brand. You have to have a layer that you can prove converts to sales. And then you have to have a layer, ideally, that is actually creating long-term relationships and affinity. You go back to my Wendy's days, the layer that was the performance layer was 4 for 4 from a message standpoint. And that 4 for 4 layer and value and LTOs and things like that, you treated that a bit differently. That was the 15-second ad on TV that was quick and had the hard hit of this is the thing we want you to buy. You had a touch a brand in there, but it was 70%, buy this thing, and 30%, the brand is here. Then you have a totally different layer. So that value layer is out there driving an immediate response, but not necessarily a sustained response, a response that lasts more than a transaction or two. And then on top of it, you put things in play like the challenger message, the snarky brand we put on social. And on top of that, fresh never frozen beef for a bit of an older audience. Those are the brand building messages that ultimately create a relationship and affinity. You got to kind of soften the ground with the brand building while you're driving a transaction with a bit of value. And I'd also argue in many cases, you're talking to different people. The person that's making the decision based on, snarky Wendy, I can relate to this brand, sort of like holding the Starbucks cup with the logo up and being proud that you're, sharing the same viewpoint, is making a different set of decisions than the person who says, I don't get paid till Friday, so I need this to get, lunch. So I think you need those layers just to survive as any retail business almost. I mean, look at luxury brands. BMW still runs sales. So to say that you're not going to need a value layer, even in a luxury brand or in an extremely expensive product, I think is fooling yourself in most cases. The brands that don't need that, and there are very, very few, more power to them, but most need something, at least every once in a while, to create access.
Yeah, I think, the hardest thing the brands have in front of them is truly crafting that message that resonates with maybe not every consumer, but the target consumers, the group that's going to help them create that affinity that you mentioned. And I think certainly over the last many years, it's really data and insights that a lot of times unlock some of those ahas. And do you have any best practices? I mean, you've consistently put up wins in this column. What have you seen? What sort of data sources, what sort of methodologies are successful in helping unlock those consumer insights that lead to a message and an opportunity that truly creates that affinity with a brand?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, you do have to create some internal education on the difference between anecdotal information and actual facts that have scale and create demand. So I think step one is just an internal discussion about what is the information we need to go seek and what is information we can rely on and understand we're going to have to see conflict in that information. We have to make some decisions based on that. But to get to the kind of heart of your question, traditional methods still work pretty well there in some cases, doing surveys, doing focus groups that help you narrow what to speak to on an individual audience. But really today at scale, once you get past the big chunks like groups to target and the sort of things they're interested in and the area of demand that you begin to focus on, it's amazing what you can do with digital marketing today. And that's generally where I take brands, is usually I'm the guy brought in to modernize and to move media, and usually a lot of media, over to digital platforms, because you can learn so damn fast, right? You put an ad in play in most social networks and you can iterate on copy. You can iterate on, and you're going to have to choose a base message. You're going to have to choose a base set of creative. You're going to have to choose a base target for an audience. But past that, you can figure it out in a matter of usually days. And the algorithms help you make some of those decisions to say, well, what are people actually responding to? Now you have to be a bit careful, because obviously if you create a message that's more value-based, the chances of getting a click can go up than something that's more brand-based. But as long as you bring your own, common sense and marketing experience to that information, social listening and testing more ads in the real world, especially through digital, can get you really, really fast to a point where what's giving you that ROAS and giving you confidence that you should continue to invest. But again, you got to start with a baseline of, I have good information of who to talk to, that they are actually interested in what I'm going to tell them, exactly how to say that thing that's going to be compelling and convert, and ultimately understand that that's a customer I want to hold on to, not just a customer I'm going to acquire once and then have to go find somebody else every time I want to sell something. So a lot of research and then a lot of testing, usually using digital platforms to vet out how to say it and where to say it and who to say it to.
There's no question digital enables a velocity for testing that really wasn't available in other mediums before this. Obviously, your background has been anchored in digital and in data, and these different companies you've gone to, you've taken digital transformation to the next level. We've obviously used the word digital a lot there in that last sentence. Do you consider yourself a digital marketer first, or are you media agnostic?
Yeah, I believe you do what works. And, if you're trying to reach a certain target and that certain target is sitting in front of the TV during, Sunday night football, and you got to buy that $800,000 30-second unit, that's what you buy. As long as it converts and you see more benefit for the business because of it. I am entirely media agnostic. I do think people that come up in digital marketing tend to be more open to whatever platform works. I cringe a bit anytime I hear somebody say digital first, only because I'm not sure that really is a thing anymore. The truth is, it's customer first. Figure out where people are and then how to affect their behavior, and then you go to that place. I also think a Super Bowl ad can return well if it's done right, right? And in theory, there's other things that go around it, but I tend to go to digital marketing because the data is more rich. because audiences can be segmented much more effectively, because you can see a quicker win and a quicker return. And you know, if you got Google Analytics, you have the Facebook back end, a small company can see ROAS in days off of a buy. That's unobtainable to somebody with budgets that aren't in the tens of millions or hundreds of millions. But I am entirely media agnostic. I go to where the consumer is and ultimately where their behavior can be impacted.
Yeah, that consumer first approach is something I think we're all trying to practice a lot more. We've kind of been brought up in media to think channel focused first. And truly, it's about delivering the message in the medium where the consumer that you're trying to speak to is most likely to receive it in a favorable way. So let's talk about that through the lens of COVID a little bit. I mean, it's an overused theme at this point, but obviously the world changed for everyone in your category in April. And what were the first things you looked to change, to both take advantage of some unique market positioning and also to protect yourself to the downside?
Yeah, so you know, you're totally right. 70% of our business was dine-in. We have a heavy concentration of restaurants that are in major cities, you know, that are at the foot of the Google building kind of thing. And Google decided they're going to work from home for a year or two. So it did have a pretty big impact on brands that look like ours, brands like Shake Shack, brands like Starbucks, other brands that were seriously affected by this. The first thing we did as a company was, and this is all public, you know, information, so I'm not going to disclose anything. Obviously, we haven't said in earnings calls, but the first thing we did was just protect the business. You know, you got to shore cash up. That's where I cut. Anything that I couldn't show there was a return, that I felt confidence there would be a return. So you have to kind of first protect yourself, and then you work on, okay, well, what can we do? We launched some pretty innovative products. You know, we never thought we'd be targeting dinner. You know, we are a lunch destination for people at the office. That is the primary purpose of Potbelly in most locations. We started focusing on dinner. We started focusing on families, which again, we've never really done. Usually people are there with their coworkers or with a friend. They're usually not taking their families to a Potbelly in a lot of instances. So we created things like family meals. We created a whole system called Pantry. We were, you know, I can, you know, hold up the fact that we were one of the first to do that. We beat Panera, beat a bunch of other brands to that, where you actually could get the raw ingredients, the components of the products we sell delivered to your house in bulk and make your own set of sandwiches. You know, we had one of our chefs actually show you how to make a wreck, which is like our signature sandwich at home in your oven using these things you order from Potbelly Pantry. We created deals that we're not a big dealing brand. We're a brand generally that uses deals very selectively and really among our loyalty platform to drive transactions. We had to do a bunch of dealing and are still doing dealing to try to incent people sort of away from that drive-through or that pizza that they might order. And then I think the final thing we did was it really put emphasis on off-premise and loyalty, any digital interaction. And you know, normally I'm a huge fan of that anyway. That's the kind of thing we build out and we were building out. But it puts pressure on it like never existed. So, you know, for us, we were able to scale our loyalty platform to over 2 million members during this, you know, growing its base by a huge margin, creating a loyalty platform that actually influences behavior in real time, expanding to all third-party delivery apps, making sure our delivery systems are in place. And we're developing a lot of other technologies on the back end of that to make sure that stuff works. It was important to us before, but it wasn't the top priority. You know, the top priority was, you know, kind of get the basics right that we knew would let the brand start growing again. And when COVID hit, you know, it doesn't really matter if your paint looks good or if your tables or seats are comfortable. It just doesn't matter anymore. You got to fix this other stuff now. So we did have to pivot pretty hard. And I think a lot of folks in the industry, and not just restaurants, but retail in general, have gotten really scrappy. And it's going to be fascinating to look back at 2020 and see what retailers were able to do to pull their business up by 40, 50 points or more in a lot of cases. I mean, when in anyone's career have you pulled a business up by, you know, 50+% within a matter of 6 months on the sheer, you know, horsepower of your team? That's crazy and awesome, but also a little scary. So yeah, we did have to pivot. A lot of it was about protection up front, but then it was really about innovation and making changes, and we're still doing that. You know, we're going to be making changes over the next few months that are going to make us a leaner, stronger company that are going to allow our company to focus on a few things for a little while and get really good at those few things, and then worry about other stuff that ultimately will serve the brand for the future.
Necessity is an incredible motivator, and it's amazing what we can accomplish when we are given no other choice but to move forward. So I think you're absolutely right there. I want to ask a question about what you've learned through this process that you're going to apply moving forward. But you just mentioned some of these big focused bets, and that's now sparking a memory from our initial conversation, where you really are a big proponent of choosing 2 or 3 things and doing those exceptionally well, rather than spreading yourself thin. And so presumably delivery and e-com and curbside pickup, which we can kind of group together, is going to be a cornerstone for you guys moving forward. But what are some other big bets you guys are making and you think you're also seeing across the QSR landscape in general?
I would say absolutely off-premise is a significant. So people that aren't investing right now in their tech stack, people that aren't investing in their third-party partners, people that aren't investing in ensuring that the experience through off-premise is stellar, are probably not going to do very well through this, and ultimately not do very well after this, because a lot of people are trying this for the first time and liking it. So that is obviously a big area of focus. The problem with that area is it takes a lot of time to get it live. So, a lot of people probably don't have the best experience, in play right now. They might have it in 6 months or a year, but that takes a lot of time and a lot of investment, frankly, to get live. For us, and this is stuff that we've actually started testing before the pandemic. We've got some opportunities in our menu. So we've been working on our menu to make sure that it's stronger, to make sure the offering is clear, to make sure that what we're good at, that we make sure that that we're a good value. Because value for us is you get a sandwich and it blows you away, and you are happy for the rest of the day. We say good vibes, great sandwiches, because it shifts the trajectory of your day, and we want to make sure our menu totally lives up to that. So that's a big change, and marketing actually owns a lot of that work. We work hand in hand with ops and IT and other management there, but marketing for Potbelly and many other brands I've worked for, we own that. So menu is a big shift that's very important. Loyalty was a big shift that was very important, because you need to make sure we can hang on to those customers as they transition back into real life. We don't want the vaccine to hit, everybody's getting back to work, and all of a sudden they're not coming to Potbelly anymore. So making sure that we hang on to that and create that relationship and nurture that relationship through this was critical. So the push around loyalty was significant. And I think past that, our job is to still be a brand even through this. So we actually worked on our position through this. And I talked about that in our last earnings call, but we tightened up our position as a brand, our unique offer to the world that creates value for people. And that sounds crazy to work on, something so high level as a position during a pandemic, but it lets us make choices of what is going to be on that short list to focus on. And if it turns out we don't go do something that we've been talking about and wanting to do forever, great. If the position doesn't live up to it and it isn't on the priority list, don't do it. So yeah, I think we have a very short list of things that we generally work on. That doesn't mean experiment and try different things and push something new in market every now and then to see if it floats. But when you get down to it, I don't believe a team can actually get a lot done, and you don't set them up for success for the future, frankly, and in the work, if you don't have a pretty short list of priorities that you tackle. Definitely less than 10, ideally 3 or less.
Yeah, that's such great insight. And what you said about loyalty, I think is huge. That's true for every type of advertiser, whether it's a CPG, a retailer, a QSR, for a variety of reasons. Obviously, the deprecation of cookies and tracking and all these sorts of things, but having a direct relationship with your consumer is the most important thing a brand can have, because it allows you to understand how to innovate, how to move forward, how to reach them effectively, etc. Brandon, I could ask questions all day of you, but I can see the chat is already full. So I'm going to do one more for me, and then we're going to pivot over to the audience questions. But since I personally care about media a great deal, I'd love your perspective moving forward, coming out of COVID. Obviously, there's been tremendous changes. What do you think media and media purchasing and media strategy looks like moving forward?
Yeah, I think the upfront process has been disrupted pretty hard, just in general. I think assumptions around reach levels in traditional media have been disrupted pretty hard. I think a lot of executives right now are getting a pretty deep education in performance marketing and what that means, and why ROAS is meaningful, and what happens to the lift in market when that ROAS looks good versus when it doesn't look good. I think the world is ripe for people who understand and embrace digital. But again, I warn that I think we can't forget that people are still people, and everybody watches some TV, and whether it's on their phone or their iPad or their actual television. Super Bowl is still the highest rated show on TV. It just is. So I think the big shift here is a focus on down funnel and acknowledging the importance of down funnel. But really, it's more a focus on the idea that the toolbox is big. And you've got a lot of ways to be agile, to affect your business in a real way. And frankly, it's okay to not spend on media if it's not working. And I know that sounds sacrilege, but it's okay to cut the budget of something that's not working well. And that's scary. In a lot of organizations, you don't know what the effect is. And I'm never a proponent for going completely dark in media. I don't think that necessarily works. But I think you can make choices. Just because you've had a buy running for 5 years, or you have a relationship with a platform or a network or whatever that you signed a long-term agreement to. This is an opportunity for you to rethink what actually is working for your long-term brand goals and your short-term goals related to actual traffic and conversion and all that. So I think it's really about agility, and it's about understanding the toolbox better. And that's a good thing. I think we're all going to get to be better marketers because it's going to be painful. It's going to be painful for a lot of folks. It's going to be painful for a lot of organizations, but that's okay. That's how you grow. You learn about the thing in the dark when you kick it, and we're stubbing some toes right now, but that's okay. It makes us smarter.
I think the word you used there at the very end was agility. And I think that's key. It's being comfortable, being able to make changes, and everything that enables that sort of strategy to be deployed is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm gonna read some questions now from the audience, and I found this first one here at the top, which I like a lot because it was actually a question I wanted to ask you as well. And that is, you're always developing your abilities personally, and then of course your team's abilities. And what like to develop this, and how you go about building a team that can innovate and create waves?
Yeah, I think this year a lot of people are learning that they can't be a super niche player. So they have to kind of get good at a lot of things, or get good at a lot of things that are at least tangential to the areas that their expertise lies. So I think the biggest thing the teams are developing is that agility, that ability to be effective in many ways for the organization, not just in one way. I think the team is learning to prioritize, and we're developing the ability to prioritize and ensure that we're working on the big things. I think, frankly, the team is learning about sacrifice right now, and about what it is to give up the thing that you didn't think you should give up. And that's really hard. But if something's your baby, and it's your baby because you love working on it, or that brand is, if you're at an agency or whatever, that brand is the brand you love, but you might have to give it up because there's just not room for everything right now. You really do have to prioritize in your personal life too. I mean, I got a toddler running around upstairs. So you're having to make decisions about what you do and how you do it and what you prioritize. So I think really it's being a player that can help the organization more broadly, and being willing to sacrifice, and even standing up and saying, "Hey, I'm not the right fit for this thing right now." That's okay too, because this is the time to focus, to make sure that everything is adding significant value at every step.
I have another question here, which kind of falls under the same category, which is, as a marketing and technology leader, how do you think about structuring the teams you work with? And how do you recruit the sort of talent that's not only necessary today, all the things you just covered, but are going to position your team and your brand to take advantage of the continuing changes in our ecosystem and marketplace? How do you think about bringing those people on?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the structure all depends on the areas of focus, right? So if you say I'm going to focus on these 2 or 3 big things, then you ensure that the team that's in place can execute and those 2 or 3 focus areas appropriately. So I think that the team sort of follows the areas of focus pretty significantly. And as you have to think about, you know, your resources and cutting back on what you spend on or G&A or whatever, it really boils down to what is the priority and do you have what you need out of the team that you have to execute against your areas of focus. As far as attracting good people, I think good people are drawn by good work. And you know, I know a CFO does not read Adweek. I know that. I have no problem with them, you know, I'm not understanding that Ad Age covering this thing we just did, you know, well, what does that do for sales is the response. That's why you don't talk about it in that same context. But I guess who does read Adweek and Ad Age? Other marketers. So I think doing good work actually draws people to you. Generally, when I started a place and I work on, you know, the organization and building it out, I don't have a lot of trouble finding good people. You have to go through a lot of people to find the people that are the right fit for the priorities. But when you get down to it, doing good work draws in people. It just does. So I think that PR play that you did that got you on Ad Age, or that PR play you did that you know went viral on Twitter or whatever, those things are of huge value for recruitment actually, and long term I think for the viability of that brand, not necessarily though as transaction drivers. So the short answer is do good work and stick to those priorities.
You know, when you keep it simple, it becomes much more simple to execute against those goals. So I mean, it's really good advice. I know in my personal life, I tend to make things way too complicated, but when you take a step back and you just really focus on the 1 or 2 priorities, the path becomes much more clear. So I think that's really good advice. With our final 3 minutes here, I'm gonna leave us with this doozy. This is a big one. We can go a lot of different directions, but it's, you know, what trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you and you think to other marketers in your space? And then I guess the follow-up question to that is, how does that affect media consumption as well? And so you've touched on some of this before. You know, people are now ordering food digitally more than they ever have before, and they're probably figuring out, I like this. This is pretty easy. You know, what trends are really standing out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 sets of trends. One set of trends is related directly to COVID and what happens after COVID, and the other is sort of just general trends that are occurring. I think some of the general trends first that I think will still sustain after COVID and are still relevant. One great example is the explosion of influencer marketing. And I know that sounds like old hat right now, but the truth is that conversion is almost, you know, to the point where it's commercialized fully. Right? You know, if you'd have gone back 3 years and talked about influencer marketing, people would have said you're nuts. They said, you know, you're going to have a girl named Charlie on a platform where teens are dancing is going to become a brand advocate for a bank. That's really going to happen. That happened last week. You know, so I think the role of somewhat informal marketing communications through sources like influencers is becoming the mainstream now. And that's a huge trend for marketing that I don't think every brand has fully come to terms with. You know, it's used as a buzzword, and because it's been around for a few years, most people are at least dabbling in it or comfortable with it. But who would have thought there'd be a Travis Scott meal at McDonald's? And it's awesome. That's awesome. It's awesome that sort of democratization of the ability to actually influence, you know, people's behavior, but also affect businesses is amazing. So I think that's one trend, is just the changing nature of marketing. You don't need necessarily a Michael Bay produced ad that runs on $1 million ad unit on television to affect your business. You can actually do it in a lot of ways now. That toolbox is big and it can be very effective. I think the second, you know, the second area I would talk about is just these COVID changes. We don't know what's going to happen after this, but I would imagine that people are going to want a bit more real world connection for a while. I know I am not going to eat at home for 2 years with my family after this, just because the opportunity is going to be to reconnect with real stuff. but there's going to be a lot of legacy things that people got comfortable with and still do. So I think, some of this is going to stick, but also there's going to be an opportunity to have real experiences for a while. There's a generation right now that's going to be changed forever because of this. Maybe we're all going to be changed forever because of this. And I think they're going to be seeking out things that are much more real, much more tangible, and get them a bit out of the house for a while. Maybe not permanently, but for a while.
Brandon, that's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for the insight. I know I learned a tremendous amount. I hope everyone in the audience got some fantastic insights and nuggets as well. I'm going to keep a couple of those in my head that are probably going to come up on a presentation a week from now. So thank you very much for joining us. And James, I'll kick it back over to you.
Great. Thanks, Colin. Brandon, just quickly, I loved what you said about how you guys have become a leaner, stronger company. I think we've seen that a lot throughout the industry. And one thing I liked about this topic, guys, and Colin, how you frame things up is it wasn't just about what's happening at Populi. It's what's happening in the industry, what's happening in personal lives, because none of this is easy. It's endlessly complex, nuanced, and new. So thank you both again. And with that, we're going to transition to our next topic. So I want to introduce to you two sensational people, Mary Alderette, who's the Chief Marketing Officer at Gap. And this panel is going to be moderated by Selena Adcock, Head of GTM and Global Business Marketing at Honey. They're going to talk about a number of different topics, really diving into Gap's recent campaigns and trends. And what's great about this is we're kicking off today with somebody in the restaurant space, the food space, that's usually dependent on more retail locations, and also moving to retail locations within fashion. So on to you.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Hi, Mary. Great to see you. Thanks, James, for I don't think sensational's ever been used in front of my name, but we'll take that. Right, Mary?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, first off, so great to see you. And I want to just talk to you a bit about what Gap's been doing and let you know that the mask store has actually been one of my favorite quarantine happy places. So thank you guys for adding in that lightness a little bit to this crazy time frame. Can we start off this session with some inspiration from your recent campaign? I think it really sets the tone for the conversation we're about to have about adding value, continued innovation, and really the importance of giving back during this time frame.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Do you want me to speak to the holiday campaign, or you want to? Yeah, okay.
So yeah, the dream, the future, and what you guys have been doing there, and yeah.
So I just was listening to Brandon in the previous session. I mean, he had so many great insights, and one of the things that I'll just start off with that reiterates his point is the critical importance of understanding your brand positioning and your platform. So before I speak to holiday, I think I'll just say, I'm new to Gap. I've been in the brand for just over 6 or 7 months. And we started the work with really trying to understand the best way to position Gap to make it culturally relevant. And our platform of Modern American Optimism really started back in fall. So we came out in fall with our Stand United campaign for our brand, and for our kids business, we did Be the Future. And if you think about when Gap was founded in 1969, it was a really big moment of cultural change and civic change at that point. It was founded as a denim store with music, and and Doris and Dawn Fisher wanted to do more than just sell clothes. So it was very about being a force for good. So our Stand United campaign was about unity, and it was that call for togetherness in a country that was really divided. And so we used this 1969 remake that the Youngbloods had done called Get Together, and Christina Train did an amazing, soulful new rendition of it. But we really wanted to lead with our brand values. So in the context of that divided country and the escalating social injustice and just the need in this pandemic to actually be, helping each other, we came out with Stand United. So holiday, how do you in the most transactional of all quarters? I mean, no pressure, but Q4 holiday. I mean, most retailers do, say, at least a third of their business in that time frame. We didn't want to walk away from that brand-driven platform. So one of the boldest moves we did was stay with that point of view. and still meet the challenge of selling an incredible array of product to, frankly, a bunch of new customers who we don't see all year long. It's the most widely, targeted area. So our Dream the Future campaign was really about hope and living in this idea of hope and empathy and helping each other.
Are we going to see a bit of that campaign?
I think we have a video.
That would be great. And I'd love to hear a bit about how this actually campaign then took a life of its own.
Yeah, sure.
Going?
I can't tell if that was buffered or not, if it played smoothly on my end, but I'm going to make a shameless plug for our YouTube channel. But no, really, I mean, I think you can see the conceptual idea there. How do you take the pulse? How do you take the cultural zeitgeist and the mood that's out there? And then, your advertising is a way to connect with that and to be part of shaping that. And so this idea of this gallery where all these different people encounter each other, and like the cards with each of the words we gave to each of the cast members, and they're all either dancers or whatever. They were a community actually as dancers. We weren't trying to do a dance video. We just wanted people to be able to act out these words and literally give them to each other. And so the energy was just the energy of each one of the emotions turned into great motion, and really just brought the whole thing together. So it was really fun to do.
And my understanding is like this campaign actually took on a life of its own. The outtakes became viral. There's this whole idea of spontaneity and innovation. Talk to us a little bit about how that happened.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not planned for, right?
Yeah, I think, we talk a lot at Gap about creating with audacity. And part of it is, yeah, you definitely do have to have a plan. As Brandon said, you have to have a plan, but you can't get so rigid about that plan that you miss these great opportunities. So first, I will just say that music has always been a creative thread for Gap. And so having Karen O from the Yeah Yeah Yeahs do this remake of Dream Baby Dream was opportunity number one. And then this group of dancers that we put together, they're such an incredible community. They're so supportive of each other. And they also just can't stop moving. They're just always like on the side. So in addition to doing this, we did a bunch of TikTok style videos just to kind of zoom in on some of the key product categories with this group. And also we did additional ones to add to it. But one of the most amazing moments of spontaneity was we have these two dancers who do a style of dancing called Memphis Juking. It's Ron Miles and Lil Buck. And they just wanted to dance. And so at the end, we had some time left and we said, okay, just get it down just for those. And we had Christian Weber, who was our director with a handheld. And we had this big crane there that was shooting, the overhead scenes. And it said, you guys want to do something? And they chose a song. They dropped Sonder Too Fast, that song. And for 5 minutes and 12 seconds, they completely unchoreographed, unplanned, unscheduled. They created this incredible piece of art. And like I said, there was improvised camera moves. There was no tracking or blocking or anything, just the crane and Christian on the handheld and, Miles and Buck. And it was amazing.
It's so cool to see when a creative process comes together like that and tapping into dance and movement. You talked a little bit about why dance and movement, but love to know more of like how that actually taps into the values of Gap.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just about if you think back to our history, I mean, just on dance itself. And again, we weren't trying to create a dance video. This spontaneous thing that happened with Buck and Miles it just had to happen. I mean, it couldn't be contained. But if you think way back to the day, Khaki Swing and Khaki Soul and all of these different, even any Lenny Kravitz and Sarah Jessica Parker. I mean, these are iconic moments. And there's this funny thing about Gap being on the white site too. So on the one hand, it's very iconic and it's very recognizable, and it's actually a way of branding the visuals. But the challenge then is how do you stay creative on that framework? How do you really bring a freshness to it? And then how do you integrate the product? Because when I say we're a brand-led, values-driven company, there's still a responsibility, an incredible responsibility to sell the product. So, hoodies are a fashion, well, they're everybody's core staple now in this time, but they're also they're having a fashion sort of trending moment right now. Fleece and colored fleece and the hookups and all of that are really, really a thing. So when we decided to, just drop the song and have the guys dance, it really did also showcase a very modern, fresh take on the hoodie with denim, the hoodie as a hookup. So what we did after we saw what we had, I mean, at the time, in the moment, it was so powerful. All the other dancers were watching. You could hear a pin drop. We saw it. We thought we would edit it. And then we knew we had something powerful. So we quickly, again, to Brandon's point, speed and agility, we repurposed some of our TV buy that we had. And we, in 3 days, got onto the NBA finals, game 4 and 5. And our PR team went out and pitched it. And we just really wanted the world to have this gift of this piece of performance art. And so we launched on the NBA game 4 in the finals and continued to run it on our NFL buy. And then virally, that dance community, they all just sort of kept posting it and reposting it, and then it sort of went its own sort of track in that way. So super exciting.
Don't always get behind the scenes on the creative process, and what I'm hearing from this is so much brand that. Things that creative, sometimes we get so bland and there's a lot of spontaneity and innovation you guys have to adopt to make it what it is, especially during this time when we're all at home and dressing differently and shopping differently.
Yeah, I think we might have the video.
Way into, let's talk a bit about how people are shopping differently. Oh, great.
I think we have the video on here. I can't tell if it's my Wi-Fi that's unstable.
So we can chat about how people are shopping differently right now.
Sure.
Okay. I think it's mine.
Yeah, it looks like they loaded. It looks like they might have loaded the 5-minute version there. But yeah, so that was the long form that's on our YouTube channel. But we did cut a 30 of it for the NBA and the NFL. But yeah, it's super inspirational. I still watch it every couple of days just for the inspiration.
It's very powerful for sure. Can you hear me? I think I was breaking up. I was having internet issues.
I can hear you now. Yeah, you were sort of buffering there. You were freezing.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. Well, thank you for sharing that. I think it really helps us understand how you guys have tapped into the authenticity, and especially time frame where we're all dressing differently, shopping differently, and it's a great segue into talking about how people are shopping differently this year and what you guys are seeing at Gap is in this crazy Q4 time period that's so important.
Yeah, I mean, I think the trend started, happening earlier this year. Obviously, when we were forced to shut down our entire fleet of stores. I mean, that was right when I came on to be the CMO at Gap, and it was, to say unusual at the least, needing to then shift your marketing to be able to be, meeting the consumer mindset of that time. And so we started to see the first huge transition into the online space. So, I mean, online had been accelerating anyway, but that was like 10 years, 10 months worth of change. So, so we started to shift our marketing mix to support that and be able to meet the customer where they were shopping. And then in the summer, when the stores reopened, we still saw strong online business, but we then needed to be supportive of our customers who wanted to come to the stores and create safety measures so that they felt safe shopping in our environments. And, to be honest, I think everybody knows that was challenging in the mall space. Being in an outlet mall where it's more open, or outside malls or street locations was a little bit easier, but we really focused in on making our sales associates and our customers feel safe while they were shopping. And of course, the product category shifted. So we are a denim leader, and we are a denim destination, and people were not buying denim, they were buying sweats and active and those kinds of categories. So we saw a shift in our category. So that meant we had to be agile and chase into those categories to be able to be more relevant. So that was another pivot where we were really going after the active space in particular, which is coming up next in our campaigns.
And how have you seen the shopping behavior change in terms of value expectations from brands, or product quality, customer service, just things that they're looking for that may be a little bit different besides just category differences in this world where I think today is the first day I've worn jeans and I don't know how long.
Are they really jeans or are they leggings?
Yeah, they're jeggings. Let's not get that twisted. So
jeans. Yeah, no, so by the time we got to Q4, we had a 3-pronged strategy. It was to add value, remove friction, and then give back. So the adding value is, adding value does not necessarily just mean discounts. So we saw this pattern happening where consumers seem to be retrenching and then kind of focusing on a smaller, shorter list of brands that they could really trust and that they could rely on, and had the quality, the dependability, the reliability. And another thing we saw was a huge expansion in our kids and baby business. So parents really just wanting to, have their kids and dress their kids and try to maintain some semblance of, whether it was summer, the summer that we didn't have, or just, keeping them comfortable. And then, back to school. There wasn't a back to school, it was a back to learning, and there was a lot of virtual learning. So we just kept trying to be agile and learn as we went along. So the idea of adding value is about, giving them great quality product, creating that great customer experience, whether they shop with us in store or online. And then, it's about giving them good deals. I mean, this pandemic has caused an incredible recession. There's a lot of people who have lost their jobs. And so a good value and also a good deal is important. We actually partnered with Honey early on, about 3 years ago, and we're early adopters of your technology. And that's another way we do it, which is a very sort of surprise and delight opportunity where you're shopping, and then Honey also helps you do the work on the internet of creating that value. So we did design a marketing mix that has good value and good deals in it. Then the removing friction part is just all about buy online, pickup in store, curbside pickup that's contactless. I mean, we didn't even have that functionality. We launched it in August. So just in time for that Q3 timeframe. So being able to, pivot and execute everything about that, the technology, the marketing, the training of our staff. And then giving back was the third pillar of that strategy. So the give back has to do with that brand platform again. So when we were in Q3 with Phoenix United, it was about rock the vote and when we all vote and getting people out to vote and supporting those organizations. Now in Q4, with this idea of Dream the Future, we launched on Giving Tuesday just a couple days ago our TikTok dance challenge with some of this dance community that we were friends with, and then hopefully others, where for every dance video that's uploaded, support of that challenge, will be giving $10 to Boys and Girls Club of America. And then we added on to that just a day or so on Giving Tuesday with this phenomenon that happened with Steve Kornacki on MSNBC. So I don't know if you guys have heard about Kornacki's khakis, but during the election, he was manning the electoral maps, and apparently he's been wearing our Gap modern khakis for years in the same color to work every day. He became sort of a chart throb, a map daddy on the internet, and got this huge following. And then we, tried to donate a lifetime supply of khakis to Kornacki, and we partnered with him to actually defer that donation to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, because they have a workforce readiness arm of their nonprofit. And so we'll be able to hook up a whole lot of high school graduates who are entering the workforce for the first time. So all this part of the back strategy.
And also speaks to the innovation and really just finding those moments, right? Like, how did we know what Steve Kornacki was wearing?
I think people might have always known. Who knew it would explode with such virality?
Right, exactly. And I think we may have a clip of that also. Do we have a clip of it? There we go.
did we lose Selena?
Can you see? Can you see me?
There you are. Yeah, you're back.
Hello.
So that was funny. I mean, thanks.
The thing that I'm.
Oops, you're on mute again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What were you saying?
Oh, I just, thanks to Steve Kornacki, khakis are cool again. And so, just so much fun to be able to partner with a guy like that to make a difference for so many others. And so we're super excited about the workforce readiness program for the Boys and Girls Club. And the dance challenge goes on through December 31st. So there's plenty of time to get on there on the hashtag share the Gap Dream and learn the little TikTok moves and upload a video.
And get our khakis. I think this really profiles a lot of the innovation that Gap, as a brand that's been around for so long, has really been into during this time frame, and just really being open, connected to the authenticity of the brand, as well as what's going on in the sentiment of the time. And it's amazing to see what you guys have done. And as a great partner to Honey, we know that at this time frame, like you said, value is so important, and giving people reasons to make that little less guilty pleasure indulgent for themselves is also part of our happiness during this time. And you guys are really making that happen.
Yeah.
So I think to the Q&A, unless maybe there's anything else you want to leave us with.
I think just having a blast doing this work, and I feel really excited about continuing to engage in culturally relevant ways with our consumers, and just trying to make people as comfortable as possible as they are in their sweats at home.
Right. Well, thank you again, and I'll go to the Q&A. The first questions coming in is, what is your brand currently changing in terms of your in-store and e-com strategies?
So I think I called out the biggest pivot that we did. So launching the buy online, pick up in store and curbside in August was a huge accelerated track for our teams. And again, it's not just about the marketing. The big heavy lift on getting the technology set up for that was a huge effort by our team. So getting to be more omni-channel. I mean, I don't think, even to Brandon's point, when people come, when we get the vaccine and people are able to start to resume whatever the new normal looks like, I think online will continue to be a huge part of that shopping. It's just so convenient, and doing that online experience is one of our big focuses. So how do we keep that experience engaging and fast and easy? But stores are so important too. I think I've seen some research that Gen Zs actually prefer to shop in store. They prefer the experience, and creating an incredible experience at the store level with the product assortment and the way they can interact with the brand is also important. Then I guess the other thing is just how we connect with our consumers too, around just looking at the whole full funnel media mix, how we surround them with the messaging. I mean, we looked at a couple of high level, TV commercials, and sure, those run on TV, but we also did 10 other product videos that were sort of inspired by the TikTok challenge, that drives those categories. We have influencers, we have performance media. That's an incredibly important part of that online productivity. So it's really about, we've got our site and our email. It's about creating that full 360 experience and obsessing over how that all comes together out in the world for our customers. And that's the other big shift for us, is we are doing this all without an ad agency for, I think, maybe the first time in many, many years. When I came on with my creative partner, Len Peltier, we took everything in-house. We wanted to be able to create and sort of control that integrated experience, and really obsess down to the social display banner as much as we obsess over the TV spot. So kind of a lot of changes.
Talk to us a little bit of how bringing everything in-house, especially from a creative side.
Yeah, so Len and I we met 10 years ago at Levi's, and we had been at Banana Republic for the past 3.5 years before we transitioned over to Gap. And we just found that, I'm not an anti-agency, I'm just saying that I actually spent the first decade of my career in some of the best agencies in the country. But we found that just, again, back to that speed, agility, and most importantly, the immersion with the brand, being close to the brand and being close to the product and the product details. So when you think about sending out, 2 emails a day and understanding how to do the storytelling around that product from all these different angles, you have to be pretty immersed. So we just found that it was easier, faster, and in some cases better to do the work ourselves with our team. So, when we came on, we just said to the team, we're the makers now. You are all makers, and you're capable of doing this work. And we're just going to work together to create with audacity and to do it collaboratively. And so we just invited the whole team into the kitchen, and we just went after it.
I've seen a lot of growth marketers do that, and it's really interesting to hear how more of a traditional retailer has taken that on. A lot of the D2C brands do that, but it's a different model. So really kudos to you. It's not easy. Last question I think we have from this group is, what trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you and marketers now?
Trends in consumer behavior. Well, we have a very interesting customer segmentation that we've done. And so one of the trends in Gap is just how do we continue to build that customer relationship and marketing around that to bring people into the brand and then retain them for long periods of time. So our new parents are a really incredible part of our efforts. So you see women come in through maternity, and then they have baby, and then we have kids, and then keeping them into that life cycle is one of the trends we're looking at. There's bets out on whether there's going to be a COVID baby boom, so we're waiting to see how that all works out in January and February. But just watching the population dynamics of Gen Y and that whole new parent dynamic, and then the upcoming Gen Z as well, we're keeping a close eye on in terms of you launched a teen campaign this summer in the middle of the pandemic, gave birth to a teen campaign. And just looking at how that younger generation incorporates personal style into the way they dress, and being able to offer that right product is another key part of it. So yeah, that life cycle, looking at the population dynamics, and then again, the omni-channel view of how people are using each channel.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time today. And I believe we may be getting kicked off. Here comes James to let us know our time is done. And thank you.
Great. Thank you both. Yeah, I think Brand Innovators is using me as a virtual hook as we're coming up on time. I just, some things that resonated with me is one, Mary, how much you've had to do this year. I mean, you covered so much about creative, about trying to find organic moments, about aligning yourself with not only influence, but also art in many ways, to omni-channel, to completely new logistics systems. It's been a year of disruption, I think, for most businesses, and frankly, a massive acceleration in terms of what the future of Gap looks like. So thank you very much. It was a great session. Okay, so next up, I'm going to be bringing up Linda Bethea, who's the head of marketing at Danone, and Gabrielle Heyman, who's the head of global sales at Zynga. But first, Linda is going to give a short keynote on the principles for building brands in tumultuous times. Linda, on to you.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks for having me. Super excited to be here and talk to you all today about building brands in tumultuous times. I think we can all agree that it has been quite a year. We're living in unprecedented times, facing one crisis after another, from global pandemic to civil unrest, to natural disasters, to a contentious election, right? There's never been so much change, right? As Jim mentioned, accelerated change in one concentrated period before. And while the pace of change can feel overwhelming at times. I know I've never been more stressed while trying to lead a team virtually, from home while managing my daughter's virtual schooling. The key is to view all of this change not as a challenge, but as an opportunity. I truly believe there's no better time than right now to be a marketer. We have an incredible opportunity to really connect with consumers in a new way and build brands that can truly make a difference, build brands with purpose. And so I'm going to take you through what I think are the 4 principles for building brands in tumultuous times. First and foremost, listening to your consumers. Secondly, bringing humanity back into marketing. 3, be agile. I know that's a big buzzword in the marketing community now. And finally, showing up and standing out. So in terms of listening to your consumers, as marketers, we always try to have our finger on the pulse of consumer sentiment, but in tumultuous times, that's more important than ever. It's important to listen and truly listen to your consumers. You have to mine both the data and the insights to truly understand what consumers are thinking and feeling. So earlier this year at Danone, we actually fielded a custom A&U study to truly understand how the crisis was impacting Danone-specific consumers. And what we found was that there's been a seismic shift in consumer attitudes and behaviors. Never before have we seen such a rapid change in sentiment and adoption of new behaviors. And so as marketers, it's critical for us to understand those in order to pivot our marketing and build brands that have meaning in this new world. The way we may have built brands in the past is no longer relevant. And so some of the things we found are, first and foremost, people are overwhelmed and worried, right? The length of the pandemic, coupled with all the other things that have happened in 2020, has really taken its toll on them. They have health concerns. They have economic concerns. They're worried about job security. They're worried about personal safety. And when people are feeling overwhelmed and worried, they have this need to be in control, right? That's a basic human need to try to control what's happening in the midst of such tumultuous times and total chaos. And so they're exhibiting this need through resourcefulness, through self-sufficiency, through stockpiling toilet paper, right? We all lived through the great toilet paper shortage of 2020. How many of us know somebody that grew their own vegetable garden for the first time this year, or tried a sourdough bread starter? People are really going back to basics and trying to conserve resources and control what's happening in their lives. But with all this time at home, people are also bored and lonely, right? Our country's been in some sort of lockdown now for over 9 months with no end in sight. And people are either isolating alone or with family members that frankly are getting on their nerves. And so they're turning to the internet for connection, right? Zoom happy hours have replaced after work happy hours. There's been a huge increase in consumption of Netflix, of YouTube, of social media. In the first week of the pandemic alone, over 2 million downloads of TikTok, which has quickly become a very popular app, not just for young kids as it once was, but for entire families. That's now my daughter's favorite pastime with me, is to see if she can teach mom the latest TikTok dance and make fun of my dance moves. And in this world of isolation, people are really seeking a different sense of companionship, a different way to connect with their community. They're really focusing on the local community around them and say that making that effort to be part of the local community is more important. And they want to support the companies and the brands that are doing the same and investing in their local communities. And so along with this, we've also seen a huge shift in values and values-based decision-making, which really matters to us as marketers as we're thinking about selling our products and services to these consumers. And what we found is people say they're less materialistic. They're caring less about what others think and more about what matters. They're focusing on fewer, better purchases, and they're looking to brands and companies that are more environmentally conscious and more socially responsible. And so that kind of leads into our second principle of bringing humanity back into marketing. Given this seismic shift in consumer attitudes and behaviors, we really have to rethink our approach to marketing. And it's important that we're not just behaving as marketers, but as human beings, right? I think as marketers, we're in love with data, and rightly so, right? There's a lot of rich data out there that helps us learn about our consumers' segments. But I think in times like this, we have to look beyond the numbers and really see our consumers as people and show them that we're listening and show them that we care about them on that human level. Sensitive moments like this are when brands have that opportunity to truly win customers' hearts, not just their minds, but their hearts, which can really engender some long-term brand loyalty. And, I think at the beginning of the pandemic, we saw that, or we saw brands try to do that, right? And the key message here is it's not just about saying you care, right? I think this cartoon perfectly captures what we all experienced early on when it seemed every brand was jumping on the COVID bandwagon with a message about how we're all in this together and they're here for us during this difficult time. And brands that did that, frankly, missed the mark. 55% of consumers said they felt that brands were pandering with their COVID messaging. And I think we have to remind ourselves as marketers is that consumers are smart. They don't want platitudes. They don't want generic statements of solidarity, right? It became this sea of sameness where every brand has the same COVID message. And so what do consumers want from us? They want transparency, they want empathy, and now more than ever, they want action. And so I think now the truth matters more than ever. People want to align with brands who are empathetic and are going to take action to make a difference, as we saw before, in their lives, in their local communities, and brands that are truly living their purpose in a meaningful way and are committed to making that difference. So let's talk about some brands that tried to do that this year, and some that did it well, and some that maybe missed the mark a little bit. So I think early on, Nike was a good example, right? They've been pretty bold over the years with living their purpose in different ways. And so they were one of the first early on to encourage people to stay home with a simple but very on-brand message. If you ever dreamed of playing for millions around the world, now is your chance. Play inside, play for the world, right? Simple but effective. At the same time, Coke had an out-of-home billboard that also had a social distancing message, but it lacked, that insight or that impact. It wasn't necessarily aligned to their brand purpose in any way. And so the message fell flat. Again, it became one of those in the sea of sameness, like every other brand. At the same time, at Danone, we were actually in the midst of a multi-month out-of-home buy in Times Square. Very inopportune time to be locked into some out-of-home when, as you can see in this picture, there is nobody in Times Square. But we were able to shift the creative on our digital billboard from product-specific messaging to a message that talked about how, as a company, we were living up to our purpose and supporting our frontline employees, both our Horizon Organic Dairy farmers, as well as the folks in our plants working tirelessly day in and day out to make sure that we're still delivering product to the stores. We also saw a lot of brands this summer, really start to showcase their purpose through social justice. Companies like Patagonia and North Face banded together with civil rights groups to organize the Stop Hate for Profit Facebook boycott. Here's an example from Lego, which was staying really true to its purpose of inspiring children by announcing a donation to educate children about racial equality. Great way for them to get into the cultural conversation happening at that time in a way that was connected to their brand purpose. We at Danone had a lot of conversations, a lot of candid, honest conversations internally about whether or not our brands should share messages during this time, and if we did, what those messages should be. Ultimately, we decided it was important to speak up and take a stand, but we decided to do so with that transparency, empathy, and action. So this is just an example from one of our brands on So Delicious Dairy Free, where we posted a message on social media that said, "We've been listening, learning, and reflecting on what we've seen in the world. While we strive to make everyone feel welcome at our table, we can and will do better starting now. We stand with the Black community because Black lives matter. Here are our commitments to you." So it wasn't just a message, it was showing that we were actually taking action and announcing a donation to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. I think though, when we talk about building brands with purpose, people think that that purpose has to be lofty. And I think people get a little tripped up in that. And so I wanted to share an example to show that the purpose doesn't necessarily have to be about, social justice or sustainability. It's about truly understanding your brand and what matters to your consumers and living that purpose in an authentic way. So one example here is from Horizon Organic. And so this brand decided to step in and fill a void this summer by helping busy parents entertain their kids with fun and sustainable activities, right? Camps were closed, parents were working from home. This was a burden as a parent, I think, that we all shared. And so it was a great way for this brand to step in with action and empathy in a very on-brand way. Third principle is all about agility. As I said earlier, I think this is a big buzzword in the marketing community today, but it's a good one, and it's for good reason. I think gone are the days where you build your annual marketing plan once a year during the strat plan process and then focus on executing with excellence. When the pandemic hit last spring, I think we're all completely caught off guard, and we had to pivot quickly. We had to cancel innovations. We had to cancel ad shoots. We had to shift creative messages with a moment's notice. And those marketers and brands that were able to demonstrate agility and pivot quickly fared much better than those who weren't. A few fun examples here. I loved the Chiquita banana one. They quickly removed their iconic Miss Chiquita mascot on their stickers and then posted on Instagram, "I'm already home. Please do the same and protect yourself. #stayhome." Hershey similarly switched their brand messaging to show how their brand can share love from a distance, right? Again, very on brand, but very relevant message pivot during that time. But my favorite example so far this year of brand agility in action is from Guinness. So as many of you probably know, St. Patrick's Day is one of the biggest days of the year for Guinness consumption. And the country literally went on lockdown 4 days prior to this holiday. And so the Guinness brand team already had all of their messaging, their plans, their activation in place behind this, and had to pivot within just 4 days. And they pulled off this heroic pivot. If you haven't seen this spot, I highly encourage you to Google it and watch it. It was, a really, really emotionally well done ad that talked about how we can still celebrate safely. Celebrations of St. Patrick's Day may look differently this year while social distancing, but we can still celebrate together. And then they went one step further, again, back to that empathy and action, and they announced a $500,000 commitment to the Guinness Give Back Fund to help those communities where we live, work, and celebrate, right? So again, it's empathy and action. This example hits very close to home. So the picture on the top left there was taken on March 10th, actually on set in Brooklyn. We were shooting a new campaign for Silk Soy Milk, and that's actually a photo of my daughter with the director of our campaign. So she got to skip school that day and come on set with me because we were filming her hero, Allie Reisman, who's an Olympic gymnast. Literally 3, 4, 5 days later, the country went on lockdown and we had to completely change our plans. We had another shoot scheduled with Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps as part of this campaign. We had a whole editing schedule and we had to change all of that. So what we did was we quickly pivoted and figured out how we could produce content remotely and how to shift our messaging. At that point, it just didn't feel like it made sense to be really pushing Silk Soy Milk in the original campaign the way we intended. And so instead of promoting our milk, we actually leveraged Allie and Michael to produce content at home that announced a donation to Feeding America to fight the growing food insecurity in our country as a result of the global pandemic. So just another great example of agility in action. And so some tips of how we can continue to demonstrate agility in action as marketers. I think, as I mentioned earlier, listening to your consumers and stepping up the monitoring of consumer trends and sentiment. If you know how your consumer is feeling, thinking, you can pivot more accurately to their needs. And then you can truly shift your content to align with their shifted mindset and realities. I think the other thing that really helped us here at Danone be agile this year was having in-house creative capabilities. And so I think that's something that as marketers going forward, we're going to see more and more of people developing that in-house capability to produce and edit your own content, because that gives you the flexibility to pivot quickly with speed. I think building flexibility into media planning, right? We were locked into this, multi-month out-of-home buy, which was no longer relevant. Consumers at that point were shifting media consumption online. So how do you build some of that flexibility into your media planning as well as your overall planning? I think now is the time where we need to continue to scenario plan and develop what-if options. What if the pandemic ends? What if it lasts longer than we expected? How are you going to move your brands forward in those different scenarios? And then the final principle is all about showing up and standing out. As we talked about, there was a huge shift in media consumption patterns during COVID. And so it's important to show up where your audience is, right? Potentially shifting away from out of home, from transit media, from more traditional types of media to where the audience is now. They're spending all of this time at home. Their online video consumption is through the roof. Their social media consumption is through the roof. And so making sure you're showing up where they're spending their time right now is important, but it's even more important to stand out. This stat is a bit staggering, but there are over 640 million posts per day, right? Consumers are being bombarded with messages every second of the day from multiple screens. I look at my 10-year-old who sits there with her Chromebook and her iPad, and maybe has the TV on in the background, right? This is truly a digital multi-screen generation who are being bombarded with multiple pieces of content at any given time. And 87% of branded content has zero engagement. As a marketer, that scares me. We have to make sure that we're producing content that's not just getting shared, but is breaking through, is showing up and standing out and driving that engagement with our consumers. And so how do you do that? I think first and foremost, staying true to your brand purpose. We talked earlier about how consumers are smart. They see through brands that aren't being transparent or authentic or truthful in who they are and what they want to do. Going after hearts, not minds. We have to make that emotional connection with consumers and win their hearts over. And you can do that by telling incredible stories. Stories are what's going to drive that emotional connection. Don't just talk about your product benefits, bring them to life in a way that tells an incredible story that draws the consumer in and leaves a lasting impression. I think another one is about cultural moments. I think a lot of brands struggled with that this year. How and when do I engage in the coronavirus pandemic, the social justice happening? Do I comment on the election? And I think it's really critical as a brand to understand your brand purpose and only capitalize on a cultural moment if it truly makes sense for your brand and if you have something meaningful to contribute. So one example I'll share is from our Oikos Triple Zero brand, which is the official yogurt of the NFL. And I think is a great example of how to leverage the right content in the right cultural moments just to stand out. So our campaign on Oikos Triple Zero this year was all about stronger makes everything better. And as the official NFL sponsor, we wanted to get involved in the Super Bowl. So we actually created a Super Bowl spot that celebrates the strength of football players past and present. It was called Yo Glutes because it was really focused on celebrating some of the greatest glute moments in the NFL, set to the Major Lazer tune of Bubble Butt. So by leveraging some really iconic content along with some really standout music in a culturally relevant moment, we're able to cut through some of the Super Bowl clutter and really stand out. You can see here we were named one of the best 2020 Super Bowl commercials, which is a huge, huge accomplishment for a brand that had never been on the Super Bowl before. And we wanted to continue that with another culturally relevant moment for the NFL, which is the NFL draft. And so we continued this in April with a spot called Flex Your Triceps. For those of you football fans, you know that the NFL draft is really known for these iconic shots of players crying when they get picked by a team. And so we wanted to tap into that insight and that cultural moment as an opportunity to highlight the full spectrum of strength, right? Stronger makes everything better, but there's physical strength and then there's emotional strength. And so we showed that it's not crying, it's flexing your triceps. So again, a very on-brand way to capitalize on a cultural moment that helped our brand really show up and stand out. So those are my 4 principles for building brands in tumultuous times. We're certainly living through more tumultuous times than I've ever experienced. But I think by truly listening to your consumers, understanding their attitudes, their shifts in behavior, and then speaking to them as human beings, having that transparency, that empathy, and most importantly, taking action to make a difference in their lives and their communities is what matters. And then in times of chaos, we need to be agile. We're going to have to pivot our media plans. We're going to have to pivot our creative. This is the new world that we're living in. And so as marketers, that skill is going to be more critical than ever, which will enable us to show up and stand out, and make a difference with our brand purpose. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Linda. That was such a presentation. I am happy. Are we going to get into the conversation? I don't believe so, but thank you. I'm excited to be able to speak with you today about everything you just shared with us and extend it to include also leadership in companies and managing teams also. So let's start with one of your principles, which is listening. I have a question for you in terms of listening to consumers. Now, as you mentioned, 9 months into the pandemic, we know the vaccine is coming. You fielded that survey. How often are you listening? Because things are changing so quickly. And knowing that the vaccine is going to come and that, how are you planning against that? How are you listening and then planning media against what may be a shift pretty soon, hopefully, in the spring to something closer to normalcy?
Yeah, it's a great question. When the pandemic hit, we did the deep dive with the ANU study, but we supplemented that with weekly pulse checks with our consumers because things were changing so rapidly at that time, right? Again, there's never been such an accelerated change in one concentrated period. So those weekly pulse checks were really important for us to understand what was happening. We have scaled back on that now that it feels like we're in this new normal, to use the most overused buzzword of 2020. But to your point, now there's an end in sight, right? Things are going to change again. And so we are looking to do more touch bases with our consumers to try to understand what will be the lasting shifts in attitudes and behaviors as a result of the pandemic, and what new attitudes and behaviors do we expect to see when we come out of this, right? Once the world opens back up and people are hopefully going back to their office and going back to bars and restaurants, what are we going to see change then? So as marketers, we're really focused on scenario planning. Again, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the future holds. And so all I can do is outline a few different scenarios and build plans accordingly, and then be ready to be agile and pivot as needed.
Yeah, it's interesting. And it's interesting to see how many of the changes have remained like a scar on us, and some for good and some maybe not for good, and how, or do we forget so quickly? It'll be interesting to see and go back to the way it was. But I think that's another thing to think about internally with teams. We talked about how it's been different to manage at the beginning of the pandemic to today. And I'm wondering, if you could elaborate on what we discussed when we were preparing for this. You were talking about how early on in the pandemic, you saw a lot of motivation from employees. Now, maybe there's a little bit more burnout. And how do you listen and then, modulate like how you're managing the team? I mean, you have hundreds of marketers, right?
Yes, and I think that principle absolutely carries over to leadership. it's not just about listening to your consumers, it's about listening to the people on your team. And so I've been very mindful of listening to them, not just as a group, but as individuals. So I've set up small group roundtables throughout the pandemic where there's no formal agenda. We just bring small groups of the team together to share what's on their mind. What challenges are they facing working from home? What can leadership do to help facilitate that, in a new and different way for them? I've also blocked certain hours in my calendar every week for coffee chats. Again, anyone on my team can sign up for an informal coffee chat, and we just talk. I get to know them better. They get to know me better. We can talk about business. We can talk about personal stuff, whatever's on their mind. It's just a new way, to have that open door policy outside of the office and maintain that connection and that, open forum for listening to what they need.
I think that we were talking earlier, you mentioned humanity. Like, we're all seeing each other's humanity more. I like how your background is fuzzed out, but I'm here in my bedroom to hide from my children that are downstairs working and would disturb me down there. So speaking of that, responding. So you're listening and then you're responding. In terms of continuing with this, the leadership angle of responding, what do you think that, your team, you're seeing their huge stressors. How do you think it's impacting the ability to stay on track with the goals you have as a company?
Yeah, I think I've seen it manifest in a few different areas. I think the biggest challenge, and one that I face personally, is balancing family with work, right? The lines have completely blurred right now. My daughter joins a lot of my meetings. She loves to have an opinion on creative and things like that. And I think that's been a blessing and a curse. I think a lot of people are struggling, particularly those with younger children at home, to really manage that and carve out time to focus on what needs to get done. And I think the reality is that's almost impossible to do. And so as managers, we have to listen and hear what their challenges are and be truly empathetic to those challenges. What they're working on and how they work is going to look different because of that challenge. I think the other thing we face as marketers, and particularly within my team, because I do manage a large creative team, is how to keep the creative juices flowing, right? I think a lot of creatives feed off that in-person interaction, those water cooler chats, those, off-the-cuff brainstorms where you're building on each other's ideas. And so we've had to find new ways to create that type of environment. So we invested in Slack as a technology and a way to keep in touch in a different way. Sometimes we'll just do open WebExes where we're all on WebEx working together. It's not a meeting per se, but it's trying to recreate that office environment. We'll do walking one-on-ones where we agree to get outside the house and go for a walk while we talk, because that may spark new ideas or new thoughts in a new surrounding. We're sending out weekly creative inspiration emails, highlighting different things we've seen in the world that week that might spark somebody else's creative inspiration. So just trying to find new ways to keep people focused and motivated in this tumultuous time.
Yeah, I think you have to work harder. We have to work harder to find
smarter
because we are stuck in our homes so much. I'm in California, and there's even in Los Angeles, even stricter stay-at-home orders. And I find that work is my social life in so many ways now, because that's when I talk to everybody all day. And it's become my hobby, but then that's, my personal life, my creativity is, but I'm digressing. So yeah, it's an interesting time, definitely. Agility. So agility, I think, was just called out in your presentation so well. My question is, when you mentioned that, you were locked into this out of home commitment, does that mean our commitment's going to be dead because you do need agility? Would you rather be, continuously spot buying forever? How are you change your approach or not change your approach in that regard?
Yeah, back to your earlier point on what are going to be the lasting changes as a result of this, I do think we're going to see a significant shift in how agencies operate, how media buying operates, right? Shifting from a significant upfront media buying process to, yes, more spot buying, more scatter and things like that, to be able to maintain the flexibility that's needed in uncertain times. from a creative standpoint, I think we're going to see fewer huge, campaigns that are planned and produced, a year in advance, and much more authentic, real-time creative. And the benefit of that, not only is it more cost-effective and efficient, but it actually resonates more with consumers. They're living in a world of TikTok. They like that more authentic, less produced content, and that's what they're engaging with. So I do think there's going to be a wholesale shift in how we plan media and how we plan and execute creative going forward.
Does that mean that there's going to be less opportunities for big moments, like really big marketing zeitgeisty moments where everyone's, seeing the same thing at the same time? Yes, of course, there's going to be the Oscars and there's going to be the Super Bowl, but like sports ratings are down. I was thinking about this, and I think that the one category where specific moments seem like the most important is entertainment, when they drop, a show or something, even though that's shifting too. And it seems to me in CPG, there's less of a need to pay that premium, lock in that inventory, but then maybe the cost or the negative would be like these zeitgeisty moments. It's like a slow burn, and then you hope maybe you get like the cranberry juice zeitgeist moment on TikTok. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting as marketers, growing up in my marketing career, we were always focused on those tentpole moments, whether it was the Super Bowl, the Oscars, the Golden Globes, the Game of Thrones premiere. And those moments are becoming not necessarily fewer and further between, but different, right? I think different cultural moments are taking precedence now. And a lot of that has to do with the way that people consume media and the shift there, where we're not all watching the premiere of the show at the same time, right? People are streaming and binging on their own terms. And so that has shifted. Sports have been completely upended as a result of COVID. Who knows what the future of sports will look like? I do think the Super Bowl will still be one of those cultural moments for advertisers. I was reading yesterday that they're almost completely sold out of Super Bowl inventory. So I do think we'll still have a few of those moments, but it's also now about creating new moments or jumping on impromptu cultural moments. And that goes back to the agility. You have to have the flexibility and the agility to jump in a moment that you did not plan for earlier in the year.
Definitely. I think what another interesting shift in it is even like the Netflix effect of old shows becoming the zeitgeist again that were there 5 years ago. You never know when something's going to be uncovered. I thought I took some pictures of your presentation because I thought some things were really interesting. One was that people feel the need to be in control. And what I thought was so interesting, because we did a survey as well of players, and we found that that was part of why they like to play games, that it gave them a sense of control and accomplishment. So I'm wondering how that sense of control and how you weave that, how can you weave that into a marketing practice that used to have a lot of control, used to have everything planned out, and now is totally agile? Like, are you, for example, seeing, maybe I need to hire people with a different skill set now? Maybe some of my team weren't as agile. Maybe, I'm just wondering if you're seeing that type of shift.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I actually hadn't thought about that, but I think it makes a lot of sense, right? As you think about what does the marketing talent of the future look like, the ability to manage through ambiguity and uncertainty is absolutely a critical skill to have. And so that's, a really interesting one to think about. That being said, it is human nature to have that need for control. And I think as leaders, it's our job to help people control what they can. And then we manage everything else around that, right? So I mentioned scenario planning earlier. We're looking at scenario planning now as part of our annual planning process. And so, okay, let's align on these are the 3 scenarios we're going to plan against. They may or may not be right, but it gives people at least a North Star, and they can make those 3 plans, and then we'll pivot as needed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had one of these talks with Allison Witherspoon from Nissan, and she was saying the same thing. Like, they're doing multiple media plans. I mean, it seems like triple the work because you don't know if it's going to be A, B, or C.
Yeah, my team has never worked harder than they have this year.
Yeah, exactly. I know, it's true. But one thing I will say is that I've always been in digital. Like, I started that there in 1998. I'm an old broad, and that, and it's always changed so quickly that I feel like I'm used to the constant change, but the stability, there has been control in the companies I work for, even though everything's shifting constantly. So speaking of shifting, we're having a couple questions come up from the audience. What are your brands currently doing in terms of like your changes with in-store strategies and e-commerce strategies?
Great question. I think e-com is where we've seen the most accelerated shift in behavior this year. 41% of new e-grocery shoppers earlier this year had never purchased groceries online before. And I think early on, a lot of the online players were struggling to keep up with the demand. Instacart had to hire over 200,000 new workers, et cetera. But now that the kinks have gotten worked out, I do believe that this will be one of the lasting shifts that we see in consumer behavior, because they now see how easy it is to buy groceries online. The experience is much better than they anticipated. It's saving them, hours each week. And so as marketers, we've had to shift a lot of our focus from traditional in-store, traditional retail to online grocery. And that's in terms of making sure, one, we have the right product assortment for the digital shelf. Two, we have the right search and media strategy. So I do think you're going to see a lot of dollars shifting from traditional media to e-retail. And then a lot of the activations and programs that you want to do behind that. So I think that's going to be a huge focus for most brands going forward.
Is the cap dead? Is the in-store promotion dead?
I don't know. I mean, I think stores will always serve a purpose. I think one of the biggest challenges that we talk about here internally is when you're launching innovation, right? In the store gives you that opportunity to browse and to discover new things, right? It's that treasure hunt, that Costco mentality that you don't get online. When somebody's purchasing online, they either have a list, they're purchasing from, a prior basket or order, or they're typing something into the search engine. And so you don't necessarily have that same opportunity to, facilitate the discovery of new products unless it's a very calculated media plan to do so.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think what is interesting is that the coasts, as it were already maybe more accelerated in their adoption of e-commerce and buying groceries online. And it's the rest of the country maybe now in the middle. I don't know the exact regional adoption is sort of catching up. But I will say for me, being a busy full-time working, mom of two, like I still love going to the market. I really do. And
it's your time alone.
Am I alone in that?
No, it's your time.
I like to whenever the fruit is never as good when they pick it out for you. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're getting a couple more questions. How has Danone pivoted as it's related to your innovation strategy?
That's a good one. So again, as I mentioned, I think we've thought through differently how to launch and execute innovation. But in terms of the innovation strategy itself, we have learned a lot about consumer needs, from a product standpoint. I think particularly with COVID, there's been a huge increase in searches and concerns around immunity benefits. And so our Activia brand is all about gut health, right? We believe that, it all begins within, right? It starts from your gut. And so we've really focused on how do we make sure that we're building the right pipeline of products to support the growing consumer demand for immunity, for probiotics, for prebiotics, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. I'm a fan. And I'm perfectly in the target demo. This is another one from the audience. How has your leadership style changed over the past few months? How have you been able to develop more personal relationships with your colleagues and partners? I know you discussed like the walking one-on-ones and the coffee sessions. Has your leadership style changed, or is it just kind of different extensions of different ways to communicate?
Yeah, this has definitely been a challenging year for me as a leader. I actually started at Danone in January. We have an office here in New York where I'm based, as well as an office in Colorado, and my team is split across both. So I spent a lot of time early on traveling back and forth to meet folks on the team. But when COVID hit, I hadn't had the chance to meet everyone in person yet. So all of a sudden I was faced with this situation where I had to lead a team of 100+ people, and I hadn't had the chance to meet them all in person. And so it was a matter of how do you build relationships virtually, which I think is a very difficult thing to do. I think we've all gotten much better at it over the course of the past 9 months, but I think it's been really important for me as a leader to, one, build that one-on-one connection with every person on my team, but also continue to build the team connection and the team dynamics and find ways that we can still come together and operate as one team against common goals and objectives, and do that in a virtual world.
Yeah, I've met with a few people that started jobs just before the pandemic or right as it hit. And I have a lot of empathy because I will say I've been at Zynga for 8 years, and there was something about this commonality and what we had established and this trust, working with each other for so many years, that I think really helped new people, because we've hired many people during this time too, on board more quickly because they came into an environment that was already so established. And I think it was harder for them because they had never, there's people I've never met, that I work with on the team every day. But is there going to be fundamental changes? We talked about this, this too, in terms of, your two headquarters. Do you think, speaking of agility in the future, we were talking about urban versus suburban versus country home, did you need to spend all that time away from your daughter on a plane going back and forth to Colorado and sitting at the Delta Sky Club? I don't know if you're a Delta person, but is that going to be important still? Or
I think this is definitely
be able to cut it in half.
Yeah, I think the pandemic has proven that we can be productive and effective from home. I mean, personally, I'm working more hours than I've ever worked before because there's no delineation, right? The lines are completely blurred. And so I think you will see a wholesale shift in flexible schedules, flexible workplaces, and things like that going forward. I think the future of work will look very different. That being said, I do believe in the importance of in-person connection. And so I don't think that will ever go away entirely. There are absolutely critical meetings and critical discussions that happen more effectively in person.
And I think you can really tell, people in marketing and media are some of the most outgoing people, I think, in the world, whether you're on a publisher side or brand side. And I think that the huge amount of virtual events just shows how much we're kind of dying to see each other at a conference and have that cocktail at the end of the day, commiserating on life, which is something that I think we all miss. So talking about showing up and standing up, I really loved that, section of your presentation. How does that look for the consumer? Do you have two types of consumers, one that was already e-com savvy and one that wasn't? And do you have different messages for each of them? I guess that's showing up. You were saying how so many of your consumers had never even done e-commerce before, and how is that how is that solution becoming easier for them? But are there people that are already there and you don't need to catch them up so much, and they kind of have different needs and more sophisticated needs in the way you speak to them?
Yeah, I mean, we've always segmented our consumers. We segment them into what we call activation communities, and it is about, mass personalization, right? Or personalization at scale, and how we tailor a common brand message in a different way or through a different channel to reach different segments of consumers. And so, yes, there are absolutely people that were already very digitally savvy, already on TikTok, right? And then there was a whole group of new folks that joined TikTok, myself included, earlier this year. There was a whole group of people already purchasing groceries online, and now there's a whole new group of people. And so I do think it's important that you understand the differences in those consumer segments and what is the right message and the right channel to reach them.
Mm-hmm. We have another question from the audience. What are your thoughts and speaking of TikTok and influencers and brand ambassadors, what are your thoughts on the Dunkin' Donuts partnership with Charli D'Amelio? Should all brands be finding ambassadors and working with them like partners?
It's funny you asked that. Charli D'Amelio is one of my daughter's favorite TikTok influencers. I think it's interesting, right? I think, I grew up in the world of leveraging celebrities, right? And getting a celebrity spokesperson. And I do think that model has completely shifted because it is now more about authenticity, and consumers are savvy, right? They know that you're paying that celebrity to pitch your product. And so I don't think it has the same resonance or effect that it used to, unless you do it the right way. I think this has been the year of Ryan Reynolds, and everything he's done.
Yeah.
He is a celebrity himself, but he's also used celebrities in very authentic and relevant ways. And so I think it still can be done if done right. But I do think that influencers are the new celebrities. Charli D'Amelio, I think, is in a world of her own, right, with over 100 million followers. And so I think what's more critical for marketers is to find the right up and coming influencer that's the right fit for your brand. So, for example, we did a TikTok challenge on Oikos 000, where it was all about the one trip grocery challenge, and we leverage influencers that fit our brand but also fit the challenge itself. And I think that's what's important to drive that authenticity and resonate with your consumer target.
There's a lot of nuances. You're a busy lady planning against all of these. Okay, James is back. So that concludes our chat today. But thank you so much for joining. And Brand Innovators, thank you for having me.
Linda, Gabrielle, thank you. That was such a good session. And just, Linda, it was very insightful to hear your keynote presentation. I mean, you absolutely nailed it. And so many of the things you said, they seem so straightforward, but they end up being pretty complex, I think, for the modern marketer. So thank you for that. One other thing I loved was you talking about how your kids come to meetings. I think we all have that experience, and in many ways, right? We've talked a lot about personal connections, or at least you two did on the panel. And I feel with my team, I become connected to them in much deeper ways than we were before, because we all see each other's reality, which isn't always the case. And then also great promotion for Ryan Reynolds, because we're going to be talking about him a little bit later today too. So Linda, Gabrielle, thanks again. Have a great day.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Yeah. Okay. So, Brand Innovators wanted to have me remind all of you that we have some really great content ahead, and you can continue to invite any of your colleagues and coworkers or any of your partners and clients in real time. So go ahead and feel free to do that. And so for our next session, we're going to be joined by Dane Holquist, who's Senior Vice President and Head of Media and CRM Channels at Wells Fargo, a very, very busy man. And he's going to be joined by our moderator, Jim Antoni, the Director of National Sales at Dish Media. So, gentlemen, on to you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Pleasure to be here today. So, yeah, I'm Jim D'Antoni, Director of National Sales for Dish Media. Dish Media, we're involved in a number of areas in the advanced TV space. We helped launch addressable TV about 8 years ago, and we've developed a unique expertise in that area. We also own and operate Sling TV, which is a top live OTT player with a terrific programmatic offering. And we offer a variety of great solutions, whether it be reach extension, reach and frequency management, advanced attribution, among a number of other areas. But this is my first virtual Brand Innovators. I've participated in a number of the live events, and I love the ambiance that Brand Innovators and all the conferences provide. It's just a great atmosphere to share best practices when it comes to media innovation. And this next session is going to be no exception to that. Excited to be joined here by Dane. He is fully immersed at winning the digital game on a day-to-day basis, no question about it. So welcome, Dane. Good afternoon.
Hi, happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. So you've been at Wells Fargo just short of 6 years. Why don't we start off with your role and the team you lead? Just tell us about that.
Sure. So my current role is I oversee all of our paid media planning and buying for all the various businesses that do that at Wells. And then I also have a team that manages our kind of the channel planning and the inventory management and the optimization and targeting for our CRM channels. So wellsfargo.com and email, for example. And it's a holistic channel planning team of paid and owned media. It seems to be fairly unique role, but not unheard of. I've seen it at a couple of other places, and I like it a lot. I haven't been a media specialist my entire career. I've had some other roles more on the creative side, et cetera, but I've done media as well, and I enjoy the role a lot.
Terrific. So what are the main lines of business that Wells Fargo supports in your marketing efforts?
Well, we have a lot, right? Very diverse company. There's probably about a dozen businesses that go to market through the channels that I manage. The biggies are the retail bank, which is primarily kind of deposits products. Credit card, of course. Home lending is a big marketer. Small business credit, we're big with small business loans. Wealth and investment management and brokerage. Commercial banking. Brand, of course, which can take a variety of flavors. So those are probably the biggies, and then there's kind of a long tail of smaller businesses that we support as well.
Terrific. And then before we jump in, you had before Wells Fargo, you had an impressive run on the agency side. How did that prepare you for the client side? I'm sure there are many stories you can share, and many you can.
Yeah, I mean, I was 20 years agency side, so it was a long time there. It was definitely a learning curve coming to the client side. Wells Fargo was one of my clients, so that made it easier, right? Some strong institutional knowledge, but of course, there's all kinds of stuff you don't see behind the curtain when you're on the agency side. I think that, I had my agency experience was somewhat unique in that I worked at a variety of different types of agencies. So I had leadership roles at like big creative services agencies, big CRM agencies, big global media planning and buying agencies. And so I had a pretty diverse set of subject matter expertise. So coming into a massive marketing department at Wells, I was kind of able to speak a lot of different languages and navigate it. So I think that was helpful. And then the obvious one that you hear a lot, which I think is very true, is the kind of the client service skill set. So I manage a center of excellence and an enterprise function. I support a lot of different businesses. And so, knowing how to manage resources in that kind of environment, knowing how to be responsive to internal client needs is something that is huge very much on the agency side, and I think has been helpful for me.
Good stuff. That's awesome. All right. So there's a number of ways to kind of set a North Star, out there on the client side. You had mentioned, a media innovation agenda that you and your team have a couple times a year, which I found fascinating, where you take it upon yourself to look at the landscape of new media options out there and decide what might work for Wells, what might not work for Wells. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the media landscape is so dynamic. There's like endless options for trying new tactics, new vendors. There's a lot of voices that tend to be in the mix. So we find that it helps to be proactive in identifying what are the new territories that make the most sense as kind of places to go deep and places to experiment and that are innovative new options. Each business has its own needs, and is going to have its own kind of specialized opportunities, but there's usually a handful of big new media opportunities that have the most potential for the company all up. And we try to identify them. We package them. We've experimented a few different ways to package them up. We call it a media innovation agenda. As you mentioned, it kind of serves as like a North Star for my team, becomes a vehicle for knowledge sharing across the teams. It can also help manage the voices and the expectations internally with all the various stakeholders. And so it might be, senior leaders that, hey, Dan, I read an article about, in-game advertising, and I can't get my kid off of Twitch, and, shouldn't we be doing that? And, we can say, well, hey, that's really interesting, but here are the best new opportunities in the media landscape across everything we've looked at that we're trying to kind of focus on the most. So that's the general idea of it. And, the main thing is to keep it simple. We've over-engineered it in the past. Doesn't need to be complicated. It can be simple.
Yeah. So once you've established those priorities, you mentioned 12 lines of business. I'm sure everyone has their their own KPIs, their own lens into what might work for them or not. I'm sure you have to manage expectations. What does that look like at Wells Fargo?
So for us, it looks like my team works really closely with their counterparts in the businesses. Each one is different. We develop, usually we call them test and learn plans. So they're kind of like living documents for the team that's and collaborating with that business. And it basically captures, what are the new types of tactics? What are the new media channels, new ad formats, new types of targeting, user flows, whatever it might be that we're interested in testing. They'll kind of prioritize them. There are a variety of different ways to score them. And then we just keep it updated along the way as, different businesses learn from each other of what's possible, new things become available. And just like having that as sort of an objective living assessment to guide the team when it comes to trying and testing new things, it can inform the plans, inform the calendars is pretty helpful. So it's been a good tool for us.
Terrific. All right, so you shared some of your, the media innovation, kind of the broad framework of your media innovation agenda. Why don't we dig into some of those areas that we discussed as we were kind of prepping. And let's start with the ever-changing television ecosystem. It continues to evolve. Wells Fargo seems to be adapting to that well. You're a big believer in data-infused analysis, data-infused buying. Again, give us some details on that and just share some of your insights. That'd be great.
Yeah, so I mean that's a big and important territory for us. TV and video is a big channel for us. I think what you'd see in that space for us and the kind of places we're focusing on is a pretty big embrace of addressable TV, so household level targeting via cable and satellite companies, and connected TV, so advertising in the ad-supported streaming content on TVs. Both of those have gone from kind of experimental mode a couple of years ago. We really turned the corner last year, and now they're like really solid parts of our mix. And so now it's, how do we scale it up as it's proven itself, and how do we adjust to the changes as they both mature, because they're both changing continually all the time. So that's what you'd kind of see in our mix and what we're focusing on. And I think more broadly, a second thing more interestingly is this, we're like looking at the TV and digital video landscape together kind of as a category, this sort of sight, sound, and motion opportunity that might not elicit an immediate response. And there's a lot of commonalities there, and looking at all the different options within the space for a campaign that needs sight, sound, and motion. How do we be deliberate in mixing and matching the different options in those campaigns? That's kind of how we're looking at the ecosystem these days.
That's terrific. Another thing you mentioned was having, some marketers have deep, rich, first-party data. Some don't, and the ability to have that, and certainly I'm sure Wells Fargo has reams of first-party data. That actually opens up doors of innovation that may not be possible if you didn't have that data. It opens up conversations, insights, etc. Which I think is terrific. Can you give us an example of where you're exploiting your first party data and where kind of doors you're opening up? That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of first party data. I think it's one of the things that makes our category really interesting, actually. So we're not alone in that amongst our competitors. We've gotten pretty good at leveraging it. This is something we put a lot of energy into early on, many years ago. We use it in all different kinds of ways. We use it in a lot of channels, including TV. A lot of our TV is informed by first-party data. And so I think the most common use cases that you'd see is, reaching different segments of existing customers in order to deepen our relationship with them. So it might be selling additional products, but also encouraging adoption of what they have. So driving adoption of new mobile banking features, for example, of our existing customers. This would be a common use case that you'd see. We can use it to suppress our existing customers. So if it's a pure prospecting campaign, we want net new households. We can use our data to reduce the waste of advertising to our existing base. So those are two very common use cases that we get a lot of bang for our buck on, a lot of help on. And where we're spending a lot of time now is leveraging some of the new capabilities that we're standing up to develop custom targeting models with our own data and applying it to paid media. Something that is very common in the direct mail world, at least on our side, with our own data. But rather than just using like the out-of-the-box lookalike models that you might have in order to prospect and find new pools of valuable prospects, how can we use our data to develop our own propensity models? In some cases with machine learning tools in order to reach prospects. That's another valuable use of our data.
Wonderful. That's great. I know addressable TV is part of your video mix. I'm sure that fits into the data-infused kind of process. But can you give us a little insight on why you use addressable and how is it helpful?
Yeah, we've scaled up a lot in addressable TV. We find that linear TV continues to be a powerful channel for us. It performs. That is often surprising to people who aren't close to the space. But that's the results that we see. And what we see is that when we get outside of our big brand campaigns, where it's all about, mass reach, and you start to get into the campaigns on behalf of our product groups and acquisition, customer deepening, we need to be able to reach really specific audiences. And a lot of times leveraging our own data. And so to really get TV to work well and to be most worthwhile, to get the kind of impact we know it can have, that's what addressable TV does. It's not easy to execute. We have a lot of scars. My team is scarred, and there's been some important operational learning along the way, right? And it continues to change. But it lets us to apply the power of TV advertising to a wider set of campaigns, and we've rolled it out quite a bit. That's how we're using it.
Yeah, and the people who have most success with addressable stick with it. It's iterative, and you learn, and you optimize and adjust, no question. So that's great. And then OTT, of course, has exploded in everyone's lives. But can you give us how are you using OTT to enhance? It's always, it's not being used alone. I'm sure it's used as part of an overall, puzzle piece to your mix.
Yeah.
But whether, give us some insight on how you're using it. And then the second question would be, has that changed dramatically over the last 6 to 12 months?
It's grown a lot. It's definitely grown a lot. It's been fascinating to watch OTT, connected TV grow. For several years there, it was kind of like something that we just let flow into our video buys and into our TV buys organically. We'd say, yeah, well, we're going to be cross screen, let's be cross screen. And then, we kind of see the results. It's like, oh, that's interesting on that campaign. 9% of our impressions on YouTube or whatever went to connected TV. And then we turned a corner last year, and what we saw is that as inventory grew, as the buying options became more established, we started to proactively push it alongside of, if we're spending video alongside where we're doing TV, did some very deliberate tests on how can we scale it, much can we scale it, what kind of the impact. And we saw some really encouraging results. And since there, it's been full steam ahead. It's not just sort of this tack on the side. It's very much in the mix. It's planned right alongside with our TV and our video. It's a confusing space, definitely. It's messy in terms of the ways to buy it and give you a headache. But we see a lot of promise in it. So it is when we talk about the TV and video holistically, the mix looking at holistically, like connected TV is very, very a proven part of that for us now.
Yeah, and certainly there are a lot of ways to buy it. When I, prior to COVID and prior to being a virtual, when I'd walk into an agency, you'd ask a set of linear buyers who buys it, and they'll say, well, we buy it, or we buy it for these 5 accounts, but the digital buyers, and there's a lot of holistic, just video buyers overall, not just digital versus TV, but there's a number of ways of buying it. Do you have a preferred method, whether that be programmatic or
The main way we buy it is I'd say the main way we buy it is programmatically. It gives us a lot of control. We can run it alongside our video buys and manage it together. So there's a lot of advantages to it. But I mean, believe it or not, we use all methods of buying it, not all at once on one campaign. We try to be selective for different campaigns. And the important thing is, I mean, you're going to have different people maybe buying it in different places. It's like stay very aligned in the planning process and looking at it holistically. But we will include it in TV network deals. Where programming selection is important. We do that. We'll do direct buys with some distributors like a Sling. And so if reaching cord cutters and maximizing reach against cord cutters is important for a particular campaign, that will do that. If we're trying to maximize reach against a very specific custom audience of our own data, that's where something like a platform like Roku has advantages, really durable ID and big user base. So it kind of depends on the campaign. And in the beginning, I was like, do we really have to use all these different ways? And I pressure tested it quite a bit, but the hypothesis seems to be holding that, there's advantages for different ways. But we especially like programmatically. That's a way that we buy a lot of media.
Great. That's terrific. All right, and then so you're testing a lot of new things. You're buying, you're putting all this together. How do you measure effectiveness when you're testing and experimenting? Can you give us a little insight there?
Boy, there's I think the measurement space when it comes to has exploded, especially cross-screen measurement. Like we get pitched a lot these days on new ways to capture TV, connected TV and digital together. It can be confusing. It kind of reminds me of the early days of mobile, and like the late aughts when it was like there's all these solutions coming out of the woodwork. They all can sound a bit confusing. We use basic tactical measurement tools to do things like frequency management, which is hard, right? Obviously, in connected TV. But the tracking tools in our DSP and our ad servers, our video ad server, for example, is we use those. For the big picture, we usually it's media mix modeling that can give us that read, and there's all kinds of issues and it's slow, et cetera, media mix modeling. But we in order to break out of that digital and TV connected TV silo and capture everything, search, social, even the merchandising we're doing on our own website, and all the different outcomes, like branch sales, phone sales, kind of like people who are activating their digital mobile accounts and stuff like that. What that media mix modeling gives us the broadest view of the relative drivers, and so we rely on that a lot. If we were a pure e-commerce company, I think our approach might be different, but we have pretty complex user journeys.
Good stuff. All right, why don't we pivot and let's talk a little bit about second-party data, partners. We're all kind of preparing for the cookieless world coming. It sounds like you've been taking steps to prepare for this. But what do you see as some of the bigger challenges? And then again, how are you planning to adapt? Give us a little insight on that. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, it's a question I get a lot, including from senior business people within my own company as awareness grows of it. My team calls it cookie apocalypse. They have like a cookie apocalypse team, and there's various work streams and stuff. We're pretty deep, like we're a very data and tech driven advertiser, so it's important for us. And we don't. It's so hard to know what to do because what the future state is going to be in terms of addressability. There's basically 3 bets that we've made, and where we're spending our time. The first one is beefing up our first party data infrastructure. So regardless of what the solution mix ends up, we think that'll be helpful for us. And so we have a lot of first party data. How can we make it more accessible? How can we improve the ways to move it? So for example, looking at our tagging on our website and comparing that to some of the new server to server solutions. That's a very wonky technical thing, but that's an example there. First party data. Piloting identity solutions is number 2. So looking at ways to, what are the solutions out there to link our own first party web data, our offline customer data that we onboard, and our advertising data. How can we how can we bring it together with some of these new tools, whether it's, LiveRamp, Newstar, Merkle, whoever it might be. We have our own, of course, but really going deep on that and taking them for a serious test drive. And then the third one, and you kind of mentioned in the beginning, is going deeper with second party media companies and platforms that have a lot of second party data. Well, we call them second party, but have their own kind of logged in, authenticated user base of known users that have a durable ID. The walled gardens are obviously the big ones, but it can be other types of players. And there's some companies that are kind of endemic to our space and the lending space that have some interesting data. And so we're going deeper with a smaller set of companies, and trying to leverage their data assets in new and deeper ways. We think that from a very kind of a selfish marketer perspective, if we kind of push on those for the next, for now and wherever everybody ends up in 3 years, those are probably pretty safe bets, and we're going to need to pivot, like everybody else, but that's where we're spending a lot of time.
Sure. And I know you've been experimenting with Google Clean Rooms. Love to hear a little insight in your experience there and how that's going. Yeah, I mean that's part of the third bucket. In terms of these parties with second party data, it is, we think the new clean rooms and these big data environments that are being stood up by the walled gardens, where you can't take it out but you can bring it in. We actually think they're going to be a really important part of our future state. We're experimenting with them. We're the furthest along with Google, but it's not just Google. And like what we're finding so far is very compelling. You can pull together a variety of data in a really turnkey way. There's lots of use cases that can be applied easily. The teams, we're early stages, but the teams that I have in them are very excited. We're excited about it. And last year they were frustrated. Now they're about having to do this, but now they're coming out really excited. There's kind of like this democratization of data access and analysis that takes place. It's like ideas are firing, people are coming together. It's almost like a relationship builder, these tools. So I do feel like I'm witnessing the beginning of something that's going to be really, really big and important. Wonderful. All right, I know there's a lot of advertisers out there leveraging their buys in interesting ways. And the Facebook boycott is obviously a great example. But can you share with us anything you're seeing in the marketplace and what you guys may be looking at in terms of purpose-driven media? Yeah. I think when I trade notes with peers at other big companies, it's, you get sucked into talking about cookie apocalypse and things like that. But this is, I think this is one of the more interesting developments that's taken place in media buying this year. When I'm talking to media friends and peers, especially in the second half of the year, I think coming out of the peak of the Black Lives Matter protests, coming out of the Facebook boycott, which is kind of its own thing. I've seen a lot of media people step back and think about ways like how can they be leveraging their media investment in a more proactive way than something like the Facebook boycott in order to support the aspirations that they know their companies have and they know their companies are talking about for the country, for the communities they in, especially when it comes to support for diverse communities. So like, how can that be part of media buying? I've heard a wide range of really interesting approaches. I've heard everything from experimenting with, deep partnerships with Black-owned content creators to, on the other end, I've heard about people who are kind of like layering on new types of criteria when they're evaluating which sellers should be on a plan. Different teams have kind of like scorecards. It's like putting in like values-based criteria on that. It's a kind of another extreme. I think for us, they're the type of advertiser that we are. There's probably something fruitful
and some of the new programmatic offerings that are coming to market. So, and we as a company have a lot of the kind of initiatives and investment right now with Black-owned small businesses, for example. And so there's programmatic offerings. The big agencies are developing these customized private marketplaces that are sort of geared to support Black-owned media companies, for example. We're talking to our agency about that. There's similar stuff on the sell side. We very recently tested an SSP offering that aggregates inventory from diverse owned publishers to be able to buy it programmatically, like alongside other sort of open market opportunities, and actually got good results. And so we're going to continue to test that in other places next year. So that kind of fits with our buying approaches and strategies, where we can kind of, we're running hundreds of campaigns a year for all different types of businesses. How can we do it in a turnkey way? And so that's an approach that we're taking. I think that this space, I think this purposeful media investment it doesn't get the attention of cookie death, right? But it's something to watch. I think it's going to grow. It's very intriguing. I'm excited by it. See how it plays out next year.
Excellent. All right. So I've seen that there's some questions from the audience. So I'm going to pivot there. And again, I don't know if you use digital out of home, but this is a question: does digital out of home fit into your media mix? And are you using your first party data to target audience in that way?
So I'm glad you asked that question, because I'm a fan of out of home outdoor media, and before the pandemic, I was always wondering in the back of my mind, like, gosh, are we underinvested in out of home? It's so hard to measure, but I think there's been kind of like a quiet innovation going on in the out of home space, and how they're using location data in particular to enhance your planning and enhance your measurement. Now, like, opens up the prospect of flowing it into media mix modeling, for example. So pre-pandemic, I was bullish. It was really interesting in out of home. Digital out of home, we haven't necessarily seen the scale there. We are an out of home buyer. We like it to augment local markets. So if we're doing a national campaign, and then we want local market heavy ups, like, out of home can be great and a really effective way to kind of boost that local market presence. But the plans that I see come back in order to meet the needs, the objectives of the campaign, it's not dominated by digital out of home. There's still a lot of analog in there, which makes it hard to execute. I would love to see more digital at scale, because I think that's a hurdle for out of home. Is just the logistics of it and the lead times of it. And I think that once kind of the economy opens back up and things like that, I've got my finger crossed for out of home to return. I think it can be a really successful tactic.
Good stuff. This next one is less about media per se, and more about leadership and how are you interfacing with your agencies different than it was pre-COVID, and then when you're onboarding new talent in this remote world, are you using your agencies in a different way? Again, is there anything that's developed? I'm sure it's still developing.
Yeah, I'd say operationally. So I had a pretty distributed team before. I have about 80 or so people, and they sit all over the country. And our agency team is distributed as well. We're a large, complex account, and so they have people spread all around as well. So it wasn't, conference calls, Zoom meetings, figuring out how to work and collaborate in a virtual way was not foreign to us. And so we were able to kind of slip into this. I think what is different is people, people were used to seeing each other, at least in hub environments. People used to seeing each other when they travel. And so we've lost that, and it's hard. And I think that, what I've had to do as a leader, you have to you have to keep people motivated. You know, there's kind of games and what can you do to kind of try to build those relationships in new ways. And it's fascinating to see the ideas that come up from my teams, and even, you know, sometimes including agency partners, or whether it's like a version of Family Feud or something like that. They'll save 30 minutes out of a big meeting or something for that type of stuff, to just try to keep it fun. And it can feel forced, you know, at the idea at first, but man, it works, you know, when you play those kinds of games. For me as a leader, I think it's really brought home the importance of listening. So when you don't see people in person, either in planned meetings or in hallway conversations, it can be you don't get as many incoming signals in terms of what's really behind their words. And so it's important to just like listen extra carefully, to read between the lines, or whatever the audible version of that, listen between the lines, to kind of really get at the intent and what the spirit of what they're trying to communicate.
Terrific. Here's another question from the audience. And this is, you know, changes in consumer behavior. I mean, you know, there's been vast consumer, behavior changes over these last 9 months. In terms of banking, you know, when I go for a mortgage, is that vastly different? Are you seeing, is there any changes in, you know, the behavior of your audience that you can share with us, and maybe how you're adapting?
You know, I mean, our whole category and our business is digitizing completely, and it's been a big focus in terms of the capabilities development for our company from a data perspective and a customer experience perspective. You see it you see it very much in our mortgage experience, trying to streamline that. And COVID was an accelerator, just like you see in, like, you know, the e-commerce space and where those big box companies are now in terms of ordering online and store pickup, the success that they've had there. We spent a lot of energy and money, resources to try to support people without coming into a branch, especially in those early days of COVID. That was a big part of our paid media advertising. Actually became a big focus, and driving adoption of everything that they could do with their mobile devices. And we saw a spike. And we expect it to, you know, I mean, it'll fall back down, but we saw a big spike in mobile deposit, you know, and we were promoting it very aggressively. You can deposit a check on your phone. There's a barrier, kind of a psychological barrier, a knowledge barrier in some cases, but getting more people to do that. And we saw a lot of growth within our customers to do that, a lot more willingness, and for the most part, a lot of it is sticking. And we want that, you know, there's a lot of customer satisfaction that comes with that. And then the in-person, the branch experience can be for those kind of, you know, more deeper dive consultation, conversations, more complex support needs rather than a very simple transaction.
Terrific. Okay, and then we probably got time for a couple more questions here. One is, where do fintech banks come into your view, and how are you planning against that competition?
You know, we learn a lot from the fintech banks. The competitive environment's a lot different now than it was before. There are some cases, and the fintech category is quite big, and so there's all different kinds of players. And we actually have relationships with some of them. We invest in some of them. There are all kinds of different ways for us to collaborate as well as compete with them, but for the most part, you know, competition makes you better, right? Oh, it makes everybody better, and it's really interesting to see how they pop up. There's a lot of, in our category, there's a lot of there are a lot of regulatory activity and resources and investment. So it's not easy. It's not easy to become a big player in the category, but we like to watch these companies, and they are real competitors. And we're learning we're learning a lot from them, and a lot of things theirs do well, a lot of things we do very well too, frankly, you know, when in our competing with them, and we know that.
Great. I don't know if I'm looking for a specific prediction, but are there any other new media opportunities you're eyeing for for 2021 that you feel this might be worth placing a bet on, or just any other context?
I mean, streaming video is a big one for us. That was connected TV. That's where we're leaning. But I think there's a lot of things we're keeping in. We talked about out of home. I think the out of home space is really interesting. The pandemic's been so hard for it, but I think there's some interesting stuff there. And I personally, as a buyer, I've always been really intrigued by the podcasting space. And man, it's like one of those situations where the user adoption is just like, whoa, and then the advertising dollars are so slow behind. That's always the case with new media, especially in ads, including ad-supported media. And because you need that ecosystem to mature so that you can buy it easily. And I like the format, the intimacy of it. And I'm waiting for it to break out. I think that there's some interesting things happening with companies like Spotify. I think it could be a breakout year for it, where they kind of reduce the friction, so it's less manual, and it can really take flight. It'll be interesting to watch.
Wonderful. Well, I see James has reemerged on the screen, so I've really enjoyed this, Dane. Wonderful insight. I really appreciate it, and had a really good time. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Jim.
Great, thanks, guys. And you know what, Dane, something that you kind of touched on right at the end was how you've already been trying to digitize the customer experience, pre-COVID. And it's so interesting to see how that's accelerated what is a very important strategy for Wells Fargo. And I mean, and I think it's in business terms, it's great to hear that. Not only does it provide a better customer experience, but for you, it makes your business much more scalable. So I think that's really, really interesting.
It definitely does. I mean, it's where everybody has to be, and it's a great channel for us, a great part of our business.
Yeah. Great. Well, Dane, thanks again. Jim, thanks again. Have a wonderful afternoon, gentlemen.
Thank you. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, just a quick reminder that if you want to have or join the conversation, to feel free to use the hashtag BILivecast in any post. We'd love to hear what you guys have to say. We still have 3 amazing sessions in front of us. And our next one, we're bringing on Aaron North, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of Mint Mobile from Ultra Mobile. And this session is going to be moderated by James Salwasser from Outfront Media. And this discussion, we're going to hear a bit more about Eran's role at Ultra and Mint, because that business has had extraordinary growth this year. And then, as promised, also have a conversation about what it's been like for him having Ryan Reynolds and his team on board. So welcome to the stage, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, great. Welcome all. Thanks for joining us. Very excited to be talking with you, Aaron, and dive into all things Ultra and Mint related. Been a fan of what you've been doing with Mint over the last couple of years. As someone that's worked closely in the tech telco category for the last 10 years now, and over a year since you got Ryan joining forces with you, hashtag name drop. Looking forward to talking about everything Ultra and Mint related over the next 30 minutes. And thanks, James, for introing us here. We have some time at the end for Q&A. So if you have anything that you want to ask, drop it into the chat bar, and we'll get going. I gotta try and turn my video on. Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Yep. Hold on. It's coming online. Give me a second, guys. Yep. Preview. Yeah, sorry. All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry about that. Aaron, would love to get started, and just thought it'd be good for you to tell us a little bit about your role with the company and how you manage your time between both brands, Ultra being parent company, Mint being the new company, and if you could tie in a little bit about what's going on in the current climate with COVID, it'd be great to hear about that.
Yeah. Sure. So I have my title here is the Chief Marketing Officer, so I'm the CMO. I actually have two main accountabilities here. I am the CMO, so I run marketing for the organization. I'm also the commercial owner. So what that means is I run the commercial aspects of both of our businesses in partnership with our leadership team, but I have that accountability. What's interesting about that is the easiest way to explain it is I have lots of decision-making accountabilities that put our two primary entities like in a sort of decision tree. And that is, are we solving for the customer or are we solving for the organization? So having both those hats or both those accountabilities rest with me is really interesting. It is not an accountability I've had in the past. My background is agency plus client side. So I've had both sides and typically worked at larger orgs. And here at Ultra, which is Ultra Mobile and Mint Mobile, although it's a little complicated how that relationship works. Having both gives me a unique opportunity to make sure that we're doing, we're always putting the customer first, which I know is something we hear a lot today, but also understanding the trade-offs in putting the customer first and the impact on the organization and the business itself. Your second question was, how has COVID impacted us?
Yeah, just a little bit about how Ultra is primarily retail focused, and Mint being the D2C side of it, and how have you pivoted at all in either one of those, and give us a little insight as to what's going on. There.
We've pivoted both of our businesses. I think much like everybody in the entire planet today, it's had an impact on us. So Ultra, like you said, is a retail motivated brand or retail driven brand, and man, this is really tough in March. Our biggest markets are, of course, where you would expect heavy population centers. So New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, and those areas were really impacted hard. So we had to buckle down and really, be very, very smart with our marketing and our approach, being a retail brand. And really what we've done with that brand and how it shifted us is we do have an internal sales force. They're amazing. We also use master agents as a sort of like a distributor, if you will. And we have built relationships with our retailers over the years, and we have an amazing sales team. And what we heard from them was there was a real need and a desire in the space for some broad insights, learnings, like ways to bring business back as we started exiting mandatory stay-at-home orders. So we put a lot of emphasis on that, like how to digitize your business to these mom and pop retailers. We created what we call back to business boxes. So our company is very entrepreneurial, and we're small, we're private, we can do things that big matrixed organizations maybe couldn't, which I think is one of our advantages. So masks were are tough to come by. Hand sanitizer was very tough to come by. Our CEO inspired us to look for solves. And one of the things he championed, which was brilliant, was it wasn't that hand sanitizer was hard to find. It's that you could only find it in 88-gallon drums. So what he was able to architect was a system where we were buying 88-gallon drums and then putting it into smaller packs and giving it away to our retail partners with masks, with stickers for the floor. Basically, we created this thing we call the back to business box, really driving some growth for them and helping their businesses out. Mint Mint's business is direct to consumer, primarily driven online. And it was a different dynamic for that brand. And the way we reacted is quite a bit different as well. So with Mint has been in what we call hypergrowth mode. We're growing exponentially. We just released our 3-year growth figure, and it's 50,000% in revenue growth over the last 3 years. So it's large. But when March 13th hit, it hit everybody. Like there was, anxiety and fear going up to that point. And that point is when things really snowballed. So for Mint, we made an active decision to no longer look at acquisition as the primary use of our marketing budget. And we really, we were seeing things very quickly that were proving to us people were shifting, making wireless decisions like in the middle of a pandemic. So what we did was we really looked to create opportunities to better our consumers. So we knew going into that Friday the 13th, we knew things were going to change big time. So Friday night, I had a call with our CEO, and by the time we finished that call, we realized there was an opportunity to make our customers feel secure. So we took our acquisition budget and put it into what we did was a free data giveaway. So at the time, we didn't have unlimited. We knew people were going to potentially need more data. So we told our entire customer base, everybody gets free unlimited data. Just go for it. And the reality is the execution. So we thought of the idea on Friday. By Monday, the 15th, it was live and in market. And that shifted our business because we focused on the existing customer versus acquiring the new customer. And we've started to, after 90 days, we turned down that program when we have gone back into acquisition mode. But it definitely changed our outlook in the short term. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And we hear it a lot, and we talked recently this week, and you said you put such an emphasis on putting the consumer first. And while you hear that a lot from brands all across the categories, I also read that was a big reason why Ryan came on board and what, Ryan believes in, and all the great work that you're doing with Maximum Effort. It'd be interesting to talk a little bit about how that relationship works, the nimbleness that you can work with them, having to pivot and change some of that, what you're doing. And then, what does that mean for the business? Like, are you able to track some of that? Would love to dive into that and get a little bit more insight into what you're doing there.
Yeah, Ryan, George, and the Max Effort team, they have coined a phrase called fast advertising, faster. It's very difficult to say.
Advertising.
Yes, much like unlimited. Right. The wordplay there is light but difficult to repeat. It's incredible. Like you're working with, amazingly talented folks who have a very big passion towards this space. I think, with some celebrities, marketing is a thing you have to do to promote whatever your property is, whether it be a movie or a product, what have you. You can feel the genuine love for creating this type of content and the fun. You feel it in the work we're creating. So it's been really amazing to work with them. What I love about it is how we still issue briefs, but it is a very casual relationship. We are still working on deadlines, but the amount of text messaging that work gets done through, it's sort of been, eye-opening to me, having worked at a big, restaurant brand that had a big agency partner, and we were doing these, productions, and they were massive, and the reliance on email with this team, it's genuinely incredible to get a script on a Friday, be doing revisions through text message and having conversations. And then by Monday or Tuesday, you could be rolling and shooting. So it's pretty amazing. The thing I love also is that there's a couple people on Maximum Effort who come from the wireless space, including George. So they have a really innate understanding of our business. And when you put an innate understanding of the business at the creative side, along with a motivation to be consumer-centric and entertaining, you've got a recipe for some really good success. And I think that's how you get some of the work we've been able to do that has been, in my opinion, very original, very breakthrough.
Yeah, I love some of the work. We talked about, you brought out Rick Moranis a couple months ago. Can you talk about some of the original stuff that you guys have been doing? I just think it's fascinating, and it's not it doesn't fit a mold. Beyond the YouTube videos, I saw someone post a holiday card on Reddit last night. And not only that, but then I think I saw you respond to them personally. So not every marketer not every CMO is doing this, never mind marketer. So give us a little insight on how some of these come to fruition, and then, obviously the fast advertising of it's a nimble team that works really quickly, but like what goes into all of that, and like how do you feel so connected to the community?
Well, I always stutter a little bit here because I was part of the team that helped invent Mint, right? So like being there at the brand birth and at the genesis and at the origination point gives you special access and an understanding of how it works and what the true inspiration was for the brand. And we thought we could genuinely disrupt the space. And I think we're at the very beginnings of that. But when it comes to the work and how you get interested, how do we do these things? I think the thing we're always looking at is to create what we call uniquely minted experiences. And these are things that, only we could do or feel very right for us to do as a brand. So when we did the free data giveaway, of course we emailed everybody. That's one of those things you want to guarantee the delivery of the message, but we're a wireless provider, and being a wireless provider gives you certain advantages, right? Like we are regulated because federal communications, they regulate our space, but we were giving the customer a service enhancement. When you do that and you understand the rules, we realized we don't just have to do something stale, like send an email. Now, we do our best to make that creatively interesting and drive open rates. But we came up with this idea. One of our tech guys said, hey, we can actually put a voicemail on the consumer's phone. Like you don't have to ring, you can just drop it in. I was like, what? How cool is that? Like that just sounds so fun. I would love that as a person. So we executed against that. That same sort of thing happens when you talk about holiday cards. I love getting holiday cards. This year will be very interesting to see what they have on them. So we thought, wow, there's no way any wireless provider out there is going to actually physically send a holiday card to the customers or to their customer base. We thought it'd be fun. It's just a brand moment, right? Like we always talk about performance marketing and direct to consumer, but you've gotta, you can't always be cultivating and harvesting the brand. Sometimes you've got to put some love into your brand. And this felt like one of those fun moments. Now, I am in Reddit every day. It's a happy distraction. It's also what I call the morning news. I like to look at yesterday's performance, see how the business is doing, and then I go right to Reddit because we have cultivated that ecosystem for 4 years and people know we're there. So if you're new to the brand and you're new to the subreddit, you may not understand. We read almost every single post, but you have myself and you have one of our founders in there all the time. And when I see something, I'm a customer of the brand too. I would want to know that people care, and we genuinely do care. So we are in there, we're commenting. Most of the time it's to answer a question, but every once in a while we'll let our hair down a little bit and have some fun in there. But I think it's really important as a brand to stay connected to your customer base and hear a lot about customer centricity. But if you're looking at a report which has gone through 4 people and been synthesized before it gets to you, I don't think you're getting, actionable stuff. I think you're getting managed to the customer. So it's very important for me to have that direct access.
Yeah. Yeah, authenticity is definitely something that's, within a lot of brand conversations, and it's been, heightened or expedited with everything going on beyond COVID and socially. I agree, at least for my own consumer behavior, I search out brands that build that model and think about authenticity, and you think in today's age, it can be sniffed out pretty quickly.
Just look at that word authenticity, right? Like we want to be a consumer-centric brand. And for us, it's about a carrier-grade experience at $15 a month. Well, if we're going to try and bring you the most affordable the best quality at the best price we possibly can, then you have to build that into your brand DNA. And we started this conversation by me explaining I'm always challenged with, do I put the organization first or I put the customer first? Well, we've had heated debates internally about our unlimited product. And our unlimited product, everybody's got unlimited, so that's not new news. But as a brand that's trying to do something different, we looked at unlimited and we looked at everything and we realized there was a raw human truth of people don't need unlimited, but they like the security of it, and they feel like they've all been burned once by that big bill with their wireless provider. So we built into our product the downsizing of you out of it. Like, we are trying to actively trade you down, not because it's good for us, but because it's good for you. It actually hurts the business. And I think that's just like, you've got to be true to who you are, and you've got to build that in, not just in what you say, but what you do as a brand.
Yeah, I found that sort of stood out, and what you did, for the Super Bowl this year, what you did for the New York Times article, and then how that tied.
Oh no.
The free mobile from kickoff to end, and just using the language to speak to the audience. And it came from Ryan. You've had all these big brand moments, and like just talking on the D2C roundtable with some of the panelists, just having an open conversation. We were talking about brand and performance. It's not brand versus performance anymore. Would love to hear, like, as you sort of timeline these big brand moments, what are the results that you see, and how do you track that, and where do you sort of put your stick in the sand in that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I did not coin this phrase. It came from Taco Bell, where I worked. I can't remember who invented it, but you will hear all of us say it, and it is sales overnight, brand over time. And that colloquialism is it's really shorthand for, we are a performance brand, but we also need to do things that elevate the brand. So when we look at things like Super Bowl remember, we were a Super Bowl advertiser. It just so happens in 2019, I have my Chunky Style Milk pint glass here. And that was a big risk for the brand. It was a huge risk. We had only been on TV since May the year before. So from May to January, I was at CES, and they were like, do we want to buy this Super Bowl spot 3 weeks to air 3 weeks from now? And you have to look at that and have trust in your leadership team has to have trust in you, but also you have to understand what the payout of that is. The Super Bowl is incredibly expensive, and the payout horizon line on that was a year. We knew it was going to hurt us short term, but it was elevating the brand long term. Well, when we flipped that the next year and did the giveaway, I mean, it was our best month ever. Best day, best month, best week, all that. It was an amazing time, but we gave away product. So pretty exciting stuff. But the brand had a moment where it was able to interact, and that performance looks much better, in the short term. But we don't just look at it in the days and minutes. We look at it in the weeks, months, and years. So I think it's really important that no matter what you're doing, you clearly identify what the objective is in the front. Like when we did Super Bowl, when we bought an ad, the objective was not just to have a lot of sales. The objective was to legitimize a product people were questioning. Like, how can it be any good for $15 a month? What is the catch? Like, is this legit? And by going into a medium that is the most expensive, you sort of are proving to people, like, no, we would not do this unless we knew this was real. So, that's pretty exciting for us. But I think the answer to your question really is, like, understand the objective and understand the payback period, and don't rely exclusively on transactions as the method of measurement.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting that there's no, with Ultra being successful, has that given Mint some breathing room, and in terms of acquisition, growth, and getting new consumers on board?
Yeah, Ultras, I mean, it was interesting because when I left the Bell to come here, nobody knew what Ultra was. And when I was in the process of interviewing for it, I remember when I was being recruited out, they said, well, we want to talk to you about this opportunity for the fastest growing company in America. And I was like, I don't want to move. I love Orange County and it's great here, Southern California. And they're like, it's 10 minutes down the road. And I think Ultra has had this amazing success under the radar. And you're exactly right. Ultra's success breeds more success with Mint because, we do have a supplier called T-Mobile, and, they want to grow their network and the customers on their network. So us as one of their partners as an MVNO, if we're growing, they want to present more opportunities to us. So I think, Ultra's success even allowed Mint to become an opportunity. And then Ultra's ongoing success has really given us the breathing room we've needed to invest in Mint, because when you're growing exponentially, it's hard. Like, our business is really interesting. We get paid now, and then 90 days we get paid again, and we have ongoing subscription revenue. But when you're growing so fast, you haven't really built that base that keeps the reoccurring revenue stream going. So Ultra invested in Mint, which allowed Mint to grow. And now we have these two brands that are going to attack the market in different ways. And we have strength in both of them, which is very exciting.
Yeah. Does that affect your channel approach and the media mix that you use? And is that, and some of your agency relationships, and now with the partnership through Ryan and Maximum Effort, give us a little insight into what your channel mix looks like across both, and how you navigate the agency world as well.
Yeah, well, it's important that everybody understand they are two distinct companies. Okay, so Ryan is an owner of Mint Mobile and not Ultra. Mint gets the lion's share of our media budgets, and our mix, we're heavy digital. I think you would expect that with a D2C brand. We're on television, we're doing radio, we're doing digital radio, we're doing podcasts. We do a lot of affiliate as well. It's a very exciting space for us. We're sort of like, it's the everything bagel, right? Like, we've got a little bit of everything in our media mix there. And when it comes to Ultra, we're very focused on retail tactics. So Ultra has a lot of shopper marketing, and we do some, and we test some above the line, but we've found that brand is really strong at retail. So we put a lot of our emphasis in the doors of the store.
Right on. So in terms of the agency world, is there, do you look at bringing new partners on? I mean, you've sort of hit this home run with Mint, and ride that wave as long as you can, and to continue to innovate and be timely. I think that's something that we talked about is, being relevant and being timely is something that, you'll always try to do with Mint. But that's a hard thing to bottle, and that's a hard thing to capture. And so do you kind of keep your ears open to other agency partners or other creatives that can lend to your objectives?
Yeah. So when we started, we were small, and we still are small. We've got a couple hundred employees for our company. I think we're at like 275. But we're growing, and it's really exciting because when it comes to the marketing side, we use partners. So we have lots of agency partners. We have a digital, we have a television, we have PR, we have performance marketing. We have all these partners. And I feel like we have done an excellent job internally selecting really strong partners. And some of these you get lucky on, but we have picked fantastic partners, and they're entrenched in our business. That said, we're growing so fast, we can't help but need to bring in more support internally and externally. It's just, you need both. Now, we also like to in-source stuff. So I'll give you a perfect example. Our performance marketing arm, Mint we use two vendors, one for payment, one for getting the affiliates and managing them. We will use an agency for Mint on that. That business has just grown to be such a powerhouse for us that we want to use the agency to manage that. Whereas Ultra is growing homegrown. So we're building that from the ground up. And that's actually how we started with Mint, just Mint scaled faster. So we'll continue to grow Ultra that way. And we may end up bringing internal resources on to manage that. And we still will grow our agency relationship because Mint needs more of it as well. So it's really cool and very exciting to be able to both in-source and outsource because your organization is growing so rapidly.
Yeah. We talked about this, it's Mint and is basically a tech company that sells wireless. So what data points do you look at to sort of, make your next steps? Like, how do you look ahead? What does the trajectory look like? And what data points do you look at that kind of guide your ship?
Yeah. Are we talking from a sense of brand or like the business and growth?
Well, In both. I mean, in one and two are sort of the same, but brand. What is the data points? We talked a little bit about how some of these things you just kind of do on a hunch, and you do with your gut, and you know that it's going to work, but you may not be able to track it. On growth, I'm sure there's a lot of analytics that you're looking at to make your decisions and kind of optimize as you go. What are those that like, what is that balance like, and what are you looking at?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for brand, we talk to our customers, and then we talk to the broad marketplace. We have a great consumer insights group, small but mighty, and they are feeding us, really juicy stuff. Like, we are learning and understanding how people perceive our brand alone, how they perceive our brand in the context of Ryan or in the combination of Ryan, the deltas there and the importance of that connection. So when we look at brand, there's a couple of critical metrics that matter most to us. Value for the money and a brand I trust. Like, you want to be, if you're a telco, trust is critically important because, I'm guessing you have your phone within arm's reach. It's just upside down right now. And probably, yeah, me too. Everybody watching is the same way. They might even be watching on their device. You want it to work. Like, if you have ever experienced your phone gone for the day, that anxiety you don't want. You never want that with your service. So we want to be the trustworthy brand. We also want to be the best value for the money. And so from a brand standpoint, having that group, that really motivates us. And trust can come in a bunch of different ways, but value for the money is something we're going to continue to show what you get over what you pay all the time. And that's really important. So that's our North Star, right? That's our guiding light from a brand standpoint. If we can do those things, but all the while entertain, create smiles, laughs, I don't know if we'll do tears, but something to keep people engaged and fun is really important from a brand standpoint. From a business standpoint, we have only just scratched the surface. Like, we're so excited because you said, tech company selling wireless. I firmly believe that. And I look at what we're doing and the way we're doing it, and it's really impressive stuff. So we just launched this thing called eSIM. I think we're the first true MVNO to launch eSIM. And basically eSIM, for those who don't know, and I didn't know before I started working here, I swear to God, your phone has a little chip in it. That chip is a SIM card, and that connects you to the network. The newer phones have that technology built into the device. It's embedded. And we embrace that. Like, we look at that as an opportunity to not only grow our business, but take a technology that seems very interesting and I believe transformative, and then work it into your plan. Nobody's telling us to do this. We are looking at the marketplace and saying, this is an area for growth. So when we look at the brand horizon line, there are product gaps. Like we have opportunities for us to fill gaps. We did that with Unlimited. We launched it, and it's added a completely new layer to our business that is 100% incremental. And we'll be looking to do that over the course of it'll probably take us 24 months. But I think doing that and keep making the brand better, the service better, the product better, that will drive overall business growth as well.
Yeah, well, it's smart. We're kind of coming up on our time here, so we got some Q&A. Would love to dive into some of these.
Sure.
Yeah, so one of the questions here is, what is your brand currently changing in terms of your in-store and e-commerce strategies? We touched a little bit on this, but if there's anything definitive that you think will stick, sort of marrying two questions here is, we kind of get into this new normal and we come out of it. Do you think anything that you've done will stick in the in-store and the e-commerce strategies, and anything that you think you'll kind of keep adapting with?
Everything we do. So my team who's on watching right now is going to start rolling their eyes. It's test, learn, optimize, retest, scale. Like that, we do that. So if we find something's working right now, it will not leave our marketing toolbox. We will simply continue to test, evolve, scale, et cetera, et cetera. Retail's tough. I'll be honest with you, retail's a tough cookie. And what we will not walk away from is this really tight relationship with the retailer and helping them, maintain their businesses. It's very important to us, and that will not change. The tactics in store will likely change, because what do you do if you have to limit the number of people who could shop? So yeah, that will shift for sure, but things that work don't go away. And we'll also continue to test new. I mean, that's one of the things we have as a corporate objective, and it's something I hammer on with the marketing team all the time, is a continued need to test the unproven, and it's okay to fail. They're going to roll their eyes again, but I say it daily. If you're not failing often, you're not pushing the envelope. So let's fail, but fail small, cheap, fast, and smart.
I love that. Fail, but fail well.
Yes, honestly. And I got told early in my career, if you haven't been fired for failing at something, you haven't pushed hard enough on your career. And I think that's pretty good advice. And now would be a time where you can, get out there a little bit. Like, the world's a little crazy. You can test some stuff that you might not thought have worked in the past.
Yeah. That's a good segue. There's another question here is, how has your leadership style changed over the past few months? And have you been able to develop more personal relationships with your colleagues or partners? That's from the group.
Yeah, that one's tough. I'm a big fan of walking around the office. Like, of course, I've got, a space and a closed door and all that, but I love getting out and walking. We have our office space is like a giant, huge warehouse that's been redone. So big open air space, but I used to love walking and talking to folks, and I miss that. I honestly do. And it's a bummer because we keep hiring so many folks, these awesome people come to the team, and you only get to do Zoom or, Google Hangouts. But it's important for me to keep like a pulse of the team. I love these people. We spend so much time together. We genuinely operate like a big family. So I had to go to the East Coast to do some production, and I had a lot of downtime while I was quarantining. And I just picked up the phone and started calling the team and just seeing how they were doing. It wasn't so much about work, but just checking in on them. And, our company really cares about the employee. I know a lot of people say that as organizations, but I've never met a group or a company that has genuinely cares about people more than we do. We were way out ahead of the pandemic. We were sending people who are high risk home early in advance of the mandatory. We've just tried so hard to do right by the employee that I think everybody feels it. We were doing weekly. Now they're every 2 weeks. We call them town halls, where the entire organization gets on a conference call line, and we actively use Slack on a community channel to have like a leadership debrief on what's going on. And we have some fun. We do trivia, Jeopardy style, or asking questions. And so, yeah, we've had to adapt to this. I miss the team. They know it because I tell them. But, I think my advice to those, maybe watching would be, don't let the digitization of a relationship impact your heart. If you really care, just pick up the phone and just ask people how they're doing. It makes me feel better, and I hope it makes the team feel better too.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think we got time for one more. There's kind of tying into this, maybe just your own personal feelings on it, but what trends in consumer behavior are particularly important to you, marketers now, and how do you kind of see anything that's changed during this time of COVID sticking with us, or what has it been like for you?
Yeah, I would say you've got to focus on Main Street, right? Like, Main Street will give you a better realization of what's actually happening in the market. And customers always want value. Customers always want convenience. I think if you're not looking at your brand and how you're having a one-to-one relationship with a customer, whether it's through ongoing relationship or acquisition, it's got to be tight now, or more now than ever. So I would recommend that folks look at future-proofing their business, because there are behaviors that have happened now that would have never happened before, or have accelerated. Like, I never would order food delivery. I would go pick it up. Well, that has changed. Like, that is now I think it's a staple in life. The video conference, that has been, it used to be a tool for just the office. Now my son, who's, going to turn 6, he did his first 2 weeks of school on a computer. First school ever. So I think you've got to look at the macros here and find ways to take the big learnings from what's happening in the United States or globally and apply those to your individual brand.
Right on. So fail well, be nimble, believe in fast advertising, if I can say it right, and rely on the creative powerhouse to keep doing great work. I don't know if anyone has seen the Match ad that just dropped recently, but another great piece by that team. So very fortunate to speak with you today and share a lot of your insight, and would love to keep seeing the continued growth with you guys.
Yeah, and I would just, final thought before leaving, since you bring up creative, is marketers need to have more faith in their creative teams. Like, I bet you that Satan ad was scary as all get out for whoever runs the Match team. They're like, wait, we're going to do what? And, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to go out there and try some things. So I thought it was great. I loved it.
Right on. Cool. We'll pass it back to James. Thanks for thanks for taking the time to speak with us, Aaron, and look forward to seeing continued success and growth.
Yeah, Aaron, one more thing. I'd be remiss if I didn't say I love the artwork on the whiteboard behind you.
Oh,
got like
little
mazes. I don't know if that's from you, but yeah, it's awesome.
It's a holiday maze, and of course, we're learning Spanish at the same time. So yeah, this is not only the workspace but also the school space.
Yeah, it's if we're talking about adaptation, the adaptation to home and trying new things at home, and like you said, failing fast and coming up with new solutions. It's good for business, but it's also good for our daily lives.
Well, it's an upgrade from the garage, which is where I spent the first 4 months.
Cool. Well, listen, thanks again, guys. That was great. And we very much appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have a special treat to kick off our next session. So we're going to do a fireside chat with Alyssa Rain, who's Group Vice President and Consumer Marketing Platforms at Walgreens, and also Ken Harlan, founder and CEO of MobileFuse. But first, Alyssa is going to be doing another keynote to talk about a modern customer-centric retail experience and a little bit more about personalization. I think that's especially interesting if you're in her specific business at Walgreens. So Alyssa, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, thank you very much. And by the way, I liked that kid artwork too. It was very cute. So always nice to see a little bit of people's personal lives and their work lives. So today I'm going to take you through what we've been doing here at Walgreens during COVID-19. I'm going to start with Charles Walgreens' quote. I absolutely love this. He said that if you can serve your customers with the same thoughtfulness, interest, courtesy, and friendliness that you would show if they were guests in your own home, then you will have satisfied customers and find greater enjoyment in your work. I could not agree with that more, and it's absolutely what we live here at Walgreens. The difference is now we're doing it in a pandemic, and we are also doing it not only in our own stores, but also in all of our digital channels. If you go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is what we've been doing at Walgreens. The number one thing is we are essential workers during this pandemic. So the first thing that is very, very, very important to us is ensuring the safety for our customers and our team members. We have over 8 billion transactions with customers every single year globally, and we have over 200,000 team members here in the US. So making sure that they were safe is absolutely critical for us. You'll see that in what we did with plexiglass in our stores, as well as the face coverings that we provided. We also added more cleaning throughout the day and shortened the hours that we were open so that we could do those deep cleanings of our stores and our homes. The second thing we did was recognizing our seniors' needs. Our seniors are very critical to us. A lot of them also manage multiple chronic conditions and spend a lot of time in our pharmacy. So making sure that we were talking with them directly. We called all of our seniors directly throughout the pandemic, that we were providing extra hours for them so that they could come in for time just for them. And also that we were sending them what they needed, whether it be prescriptions to their home or essential items to their home so they didn't have to leave their house if they didn't feel safe doing so. Another thing that we did is really leverage the health expertise to create content that was relevant for our customers during this time. Examples would be at the beginning, right? People are wondering, what is COVID-19? Then in conversations around face masks, and are face masks, safe for you or not? And then conversations around washing your hands and different types of cleaners. So we really worked with our clinical office and our pharmacists to create great content that really helped our customers during this time. There's a lot of fun ones. One of them was in partnership with Sesame Street and creating Abby the Pharmacist. We did a series on Cheddar where we had a pharmacist come in each week and give an update in terms of what was happening with COVID. And then we launched in partnership with insights from Google an Ask the Pharmacist series on YouTube, where you see Emily Schaefer in front of you right now. One of our key pharmacists would be answering questions that customers have depending on which phase of the pandemic we were in. And then finally is the role of the pharmacist in healthcare. I did not know this before joining Walgreens, but every single pharmacist goes through 7 years of training and gets recredited every single year. Their knowledge of health and the accessibility that they provide is just it's just exceptional. So we have 25,000 pharmacists across the US that anybody can go and talk to at any time about any health concerns that they have. So really making sure that we were helping our customers and our communities by leveraging our pharmacists has just been very, very critical. I also learned that there's an oath of the pharmacist. I did not know that before joining Walgreens, but when you read it, you get highly emotional, especially during a pandemic. If you go to the next slide. Thank you. This also, similar to other organizations, we had a lot that we wanted to do that was on a 3-year roadmap that we then launched in 2 months. One would be being able to pick up items through a drive-through. So historically, you have been able to get prescriptions through a drive-through, but not essential items and not items that you may need for your household. So we launched Essentials through the drive-through, launched it initially in 24 hours in one store near our headquarters, and then scaled it across the country within 2 weeks to our over 9,000, the 6,000 to 8,000 locations that have drive-through. Curbside pickup is another one that we have not historically had. We have a small parking lot and a small footprint overall, so we were convenient and didn't feel like we need to do as much curbside as other retailers that may have larger parking lots as well as larger shops. If you have kids, I have 3 kids. Taking 3 kids across a parking lot in a store in the middle of the winter to get one item can be difficult. And so we haven't in the past, again, had to do more of that curbside. But with the pandemic, we've launched it, gone exceptionally well, and I'll share a little bit more on that later. Next is same-day delivery. So, sorry, back one slide. Next is same-day delivery. So we partnered with Postmates starting in the summer, and then with DoorDash to be able to provide same-day delivery of our items wherever you're located. And finally, there's Walgreens Find Care. This is our telehealth platform. We'd launched it before the pandemic, but we'd had to scale quite a bit during the pandemic. What's been great is that you can now, in our platform, go to your My Walgreens app and immediately find like hundreds of doctors and care providers across mental health, dermatology, acute needs, and be able to talk with the doctor and get a prescription that day. Potentially, it sometimes happens within the hour, which has just it's been wonderful. So the ability to help our customers from their homes access healthcare and then the prescriptions and essential items they need has just been very meaningful. If you go to the next slide. We also launched My Walgreens, which you may have seen in the news last week. My Walgreens, if you go to the next page, is really reinventing what loyalty is. So in the past, we had loyalty similar to many other retailers, where you basically put in your phone number and then you get points and discounts at checkout. We have reimagined that into a customer engagement platform, which is essentially the digital front door to everything that you need from Walgreens, depending on your individual needs. You go to the next slide. What I love about it is that it's completely personalized with updates that are meaningful for you. So as you can see here on the left, as you open your app, you will get environmental alerts. So what's the UV where you currently are, pollen counts, humidity, the air quality. If it's allergy season, we'll create content that's relevant for allergy season. We also do community health alerts. We've done flu for a while, for a couple of years, but really partnering with IBM Watson, but are leaning more into flu, providing cough, cold updates, updates on terms of allergens, again, that may be in your neighborhood. COVID-19, we're doing a lot there in terms of how's COVID-19 impacting your neighborhood specifically. Then flu season is here. You'll see that at the on the community health alerts. What's great about that particular part of the experience is that when you click on that, you're able then to click to schedule a flu shot. You're able to get information to talk to a doctor on Find Care if you are experiencing flu symptoms. And then we also provide an immunity bundle of different products that we have in our stores that you can have delivered or pick up that will increase your and your family's immunity. Finally, we have wellness journeys. This is a great example of really putting content together with products and services that help improve our customers' health and the health outcomes that they have. Next slide. This is one of my favorites. So I get annoyed if I feel like I'm talking to a bot on a computer screen or my phone screen. What I love here is that we are looking at how we can use guided assistance and personalized recommendations to connect what our customers are looking for and what they need with the content and products and services that we have. It's a great way to really engage and help our customers get what they need as quickly as possible and help solve the problems that they're trying to manage through. Next slide. Then we have the personalized product bundle. So I love this. I share the immunity one as it has to do with flu, but it's a way for us to figure out what our customers are needing to solve. And then how are we're providing these personalized product bundles that they can pick up or deliver. Examples would be flu and immunity. Examples could be cough, cold, holiday, making holiday easier, as well as birthday. Next slide. And then, and this is absolutely my favorite part, is you can now add payments to your to My Walgreens, and then you can check out just by scanning your phone. No need to have any contact at checkout. It can completely be done through your phone. We also are allowing you now to donate your Walgreens cash rewards. So rather than you just have the discount happen for you and discount for you, you can now donate it to different causes that that we support. So one example right now, you can donate to Red Nose Day, and soon we'll be rolling it out on a local level as well. And it's seamless to do, takes about 1 second, it's one click, and feels very rewarding. So I absolutely love that. Go to the next slide. And this is how it comes to life. You may have seen some of this in store. First of all, anytime we can give our team members a t-shirt, they get very excited. So we have 200,000 t-shirts out there that you'll see our team members wearing, where they say, like, ask me how I can provide you with more personalized experiences. Today we filmed with Mindy Kaling, have about 12 interviews with her, so you may see that content coming out this week, and then are also filming with Jimmy Kimmel later. Really great ways to just bring that personalization to our customers in a way that will break through at a time like we currently have. Mindy, by the way, has been absolutely awesome to work with. She has both a 3-year-old and a 3-month-old, and talks about how she often runs into times that she needs to go run to Walgreens. So has been absolutely joyous to work with her. Next slide. Pickup. We launched Pickup and are now national. We launched it in November. You can now pick up from Walgreens in as little as 30 minutes, which is the fastest pickup that is available in the US. It's been really, really fun to use myself. I think I've used it about 10 times probably in the past 2 weeks. Initially was just to test out the system and the customer experience, and then it really is just super easy to get what you need right now. So I hope you all try it out. We will be leaning into it, especially during this holiday season. And again, as people want to be able to pick up something quickly, but stay home and stay safe as much as possible. Next slide. For our brand, this has been a very strong time for us to continue to cement who we are and what we mean in the marketplace. Our brand positioning is that from healthcare and pharmacy services to your everyday health needs, we're your go-to for personalized health and well-being. Go next slide. And this is how it's coming to life. So this is our new visual identity. You may in your mind have examples of what you've seen from Walgreens before, which is more of your pastels and a lot of circles and that type of thing. We really are moving to be more bold, relevant, and modern. Again, lean into really serving our customers, are relevant to our customers today in our community. So we're moving to this red, white, and blue. It reflects the fact that we are an American brand and are very passionate about taking care of our communities. You will see the W. So we in the past would never crop the W. We would always have the W in complete form. We are moving to using the W more as a brand icon that we can have a little fun with and play around with. So you'll see here, we've cropped it in a few places on the pharmacist jacket, as well as the pharmacy bag. We are looking at a lot of different ways that that can become an icon and bring a little bit more fun and movement to Walgreens. One of my favorite things is that we are using real people and real moments in all of our photography. And then we are also showing how Walgreens literally has your back as we integrate Walgreens and our W behind our customers. You can see us behind the trumpet, the man playing the trumpet, as well as the little kids starting to walk. So that's just to show that Walgreens, we support real people. We are here with you, and we really want to help you improve your health and well-being. One other piece we did is really pulled together a proprietary illustration style. So you'll see that on the pamphlets, the three in the middle, and you'll see that we have those red, white, and blues coming through in all of these, even that if it's not, even with the man with again with the trumpet, you have red, white, and blue, but it coming to life across our illustration and our photography across all of our touch points. Next slide. One piece I love is that we are really leaning into the Walgreens pharmacy script. So if you see here, we have that line that's extending our Walgreens script and our Walgreens pharmacist script to bring more movement and energy to all of our creative. So you'll see it with the left hand, the girl, you'll see a little, almost making a flower next to her, how we do the cloud in the centerpiece, as well as actually writing Rebecca on the pharmacy bag. So I really love how this line ends up being something that pulls all of our work together for Walgreens across all of our products and services, and adds a lot of movement and life to all of our creative. Next page. Overall, as an organization, and you may have heard this in earnings calls or in other communications from Walgreens, but we are using mass personalization to drive our growth. So for Walgreens, we have, as I said, over 8 billion interactions with customers globally. We have 8 million every single day in the US. And so being able to meet those unique customer needs that change day to day is really important to us. Phase 1 was our mass personalization program that launched about a year and a half ago. We've seen a lot of great business growth off of that, as well as customer experience. So anytime we have personalized a component of our marketing mix that maybe we hadn't been able to personalize as much before, we see about a 30 to 40% increase in the business impact and the sales. Examples will be for flu season, we didn't have one TV spot. We had over 2 million as we versioned them out across digital platforms. Same thing with all of our email and all of our, as I shared earlier, our My Walgreens app experience. Everything now is being personalized. Phase 2 is that My Walgreens and being able to give a completely different experience to every customer depending on what their needs are at that exact time. So again, My Walgreens being that digital front door to everything Walgreens has that can help you, that you have right in your pocket. Next is the MarTech evolution. This is where I spend a lot of my time as I'm building the customer marketing platforms, but this is really leveraging Adobe and Microsoft to create owned channels that we can connect with our customers in and orchestrate journeys across. So big partnership with Adobe and Microsoft there for both the MarTech and then our data in Microsoft Azure. But it's been absolutely wonderful work. And then Walgreens Advertising Group. If you may have seen today, we announced our launch. Luke Heigel had pieces in both Adweek and Ad Age, and we're really excited about this. This is all about the fact that we have, again, 100 million customers in our database that we have relationships with. We have robust owned and paid channels. How can we really help our CPG organizations connect with their customers in a way that drives sales, that we are able to deliver, again, exceptional customer experiences and also drive the business. All of this is supported by our agency transformation. We've completely changed the way that we work with our agency from when I joined Walgreens 2.5 years ago. We just finalized our RFP moving forward with our WPP relationship. I absolutely love the leadership at that team. The work that's happening there is really, really great. We are partnering with Adobe for that marketing tech stack and with Microsoft for the Azure Cloud data. My call before this, we were talking about IP warming and data lakes. When I started my marketing career, I did not envision that that's how I'd be spending a lot of my time a couple decades later, but it is leading to that final row, which is really about this transformation of marketing coming together with digital and IT to really build exceptional customer experiences that better support the business. It's really looking at how can we be audience first and customer first and orchestrate journeys that way versus being brand or campaign or business led. And we've seen just incredible change in growth from that shift. If you go to the next slide. So this is what it means from a customer point of view. When we put our customer at the center of everything we do, all of our communications with them becomes an ecosystem around that customer so that we can provide the best experiences, that we can leverage the best in technology and AI and in machine learning to really make the customer the center of everything we do and to help improve their health and well-being and improve their outcomes. What this means is that we are able to increase our data. I used to know a lot about breadth of data. Now I'm learning about depth of data as well and how critical that is to really providing exceptional experiences and really being digitally led in our connectivity with the customer. Our team members and our pharmacists are always going to be at the center of the solutions that we provide to our customer, but partnering that with a digital experience and leveraging what we can do in digital has just really helped both our team members, our pharmacists, as well as our customers. Next is it provides more relevant customer-led solutions across all touch points versus it being the same mass message to all the customers we serve. We've made big changes here from being more, call it TV-led and paper circular-led to really being more customer-led, audience-led, and digitally led, which is leading to more personalized and customized experiences for our customers. And then building this proprietary platform. We have the second largest loyalty program in the US. We have robust owned channels. And so being able to leverage the data and our channels to orchestrate these customer experiences and have that platform be something that we're able to partner with our suppliers to tap into as well is something that we are really excited about as we look at the future of marketing and the future of Walgreens. And with that, I will wrap, but want to close and say thank you so much. Really appreciate everybody listening, appreciate having the time to come today and share some of what we're doing here at Walgreens that has been, without question, accelerated during the pandemic. And I believe we're now going to move to the fireside chat. I see Ken coming. Hello.
Hey, Lisa, how are you? Can you hear me?
I can. I'm well. How are you?
Good, good. Thanks. That was great. That was a lot, and I have a lot of questions, and I'm sure the audience would were thinking along the same ways. But before we get into that, you have an incredible experience and background, and what you're overseeing at Walgreens is pretty tremendous. So I thought maybe let's just give a quick intro of each other. So if you could introduce yourself so everyone gets a little taste for that, and then I'll obviously share a little bit about myself, and then we'll get into it. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds perfect. So, Alyssa Rain. I am currently, as we talked about at the beginning, the Group Vice President of Customer Marketing Platforms at Walgreens. Took that role really to lean into the data and IT side of marketing. Absolutely love marketing. I'm going to do marketing my entire career. Have done it, and will do it my entire career. But I care a lot about continuing to evolve and learn and leverage all the tools that marketing has, and those continue to grow and evolve. So for me, this role is really, really interesting in terms of learning that data and IT side, as well as building more of your owned channels, which brands like Nike and Starbucks, for example, do a great job doing. Before this, I was at Hallmark. Before that was at Hintwater, starting in San Francisco. Before that, PepsiCo. Before that, business school, and have also started and sold a vodka company. So I think I just am fortunate to have found something. I loved what I did, loved what I do from the very beginning, and I'm very fortunate to have had a lot of interesting roles.
That's awesome. So just so the audience knows who I am, I founded Mobile Fuse 10 years ago when there was 0.5% of the internet on mobile devices and there was no iPad. And here we are 10 years later. We work with 150 brands and their agencies. Typically, we're used because we're one of the biggest players next to Facebook and Google when it comes to in-app advertising with our Moments and Creative platforms. So, and then before that, I've sold 2 businesses prior and have been in advertising and marketing for 20 years like yourself. So, so this is fun. So, what, you have like one of the craziest brands this year because, here we're in the middle of a pandemic, right? And, so what was, my first question is, how do you think consumers perceived the Walgreens brand before 2020, right? Yeah. And how do you think, and then what happened during 2020 and how do you think they perceive it now?
Yeah. So I know exactly how people perceive Walgreens brand before the pandemic because we were spending a lot of time learning about it when I was in my brand and creative role. And people have a love for Walgreens. A lot of it is based on growing up with a Walgreens, right? We hear a lot. I can picture in my head right now what my Walgreens was when I was in high school. I can picture what it was, where my Walgreens were when I was in San Francisco, in Boston. You just have a very emotional relationship just in terms of my Walgreens because it's where you go when you need something, right? Whether it be on the pharmacy side or you're not feeling well that morning, so you go in to grab, some Tylenol. But it's really it's a staple that you can go to when you need something right now. And so there's sort of that comfort, but we joke sometimes there wasn't a lot of excitement and energy there in terms of like boldness or feeling modern and relevant. And so there's a lot of work that we've gone into to try to drive against that this year. And then when the pandemic happened, it became even more apparent how important we are to communities because we've always been about accessible health in communities. And all of a sudden, that's something that everybody needs. It's not something that just, a few people or a subset of the population needs. And so it's been really, really interesting driving helping out customers through our pharmacists and all the communities. And I think people think a lot more highly and more relevant of Walgreens today. And it's been really fun to see that come through. Oh, you're on mute, Ken.
Oh, that's weird. Someone must have, I didn't do that. But so I have 2 childhood experiences that I remember about Walgreens. Clearly one is going to pick up the prescription medication, right? And the second one though you love because I still do it today is to love going to Walgreens to shop for the Halloween candy that we were going to give away, right? When kids were coming trick or treating. So that's great. And then, so what's kind of your you obviously have a lot of insights into the customers, right? And so what's your insights into the customers in 2020, right? Like what's kind of really what did you expect, right, with the pandemic? And is there any surprises or really interesting learnings that you could share with the audience?
Yeah, I can tell you what the top categories are this week, if that's helpful. One is vitamins.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because, right, we're reading that vitamin C, vitamin D for sure, vitamin C, vitamin A, zinc, that all of those can help potentially with COVID-19. And so we're seeing a lot of people really think about how they can proactively manage their health to mitigate risks of COVID-19, but also just overall, especially since chronic conditions have been so impacted. So that's one of the largest categories. The other one is cleaning supplies. So people are keeping their houses a lot cleaner. They're carrying cleaning supplies with them, right? So that they can continue to sort of clean on the go depending on what they're doing. But those are the two biggest categories this week. And we've seen that over the past few months. I think what I find interesting is the health ones, but also the day-to-day, how people are living their lives. So personal care is up quite a bit. Some of that is just like self-cleaning, which is also important during this time. And some of it is some of those services that people used to have externally or at like salons that now they're doing at home. So nail polish, hair dye, teeth whitening, all of those have had a lot of growth this year.
That's great. I know for us personally in my house, when we decide where we're going to shop, it's there are going to be great options, but not overwhelming in terms of the number of people, in the store and a customer. So we've gone to Walgreens for a lot of other things than we traditionally used to, right? It's much more than, the candy and the prescription drugs, right? It's for the vitamins, it's for, it could be for cereal, it could be really for anything, like you said. And because at most, Walgreens will, if there's 5 customers in line, right? Or obviously shopping and being able to pick up at the curb, it's, there's not going to be as many grocery store that is serving many, many, many towns, and it becomes overwhelming, right? So it's really neat. One of the things I know, I've had this discussion with a lot of our clients, and there's a lot of different takes on it. And Walgreens is one of the leaders with your My Walgreens, right? Loyalty programs, right? And, so what have been like some of the great successes or things that you think that you and Walgreens has done to be so successful with My Walgreens? And what are some of the learnings, that you were like, geez, I wish someone had mentioned this to me, 6 months prior, and then you happen to figure it out later. So,
yeah, I think loyalty programs, it's just building that experience with your customer and honestly keeping them in your universe as much as you can by being as relevant as you possibly can to them. So I think there was sort of the loyalty programs of the past that were points and discounts and very transactional. I think all of that is really going to change, and it's going to become much more about experiences and delighting and really engaging your customer on all of your platforms, whether that be digital or in store. Learnings I've had are, besides everybody has an opinion, is it's important with loyalty programs to really build a program and then continue to evolve it, right? It's not a launch and then set it and forget it, people used to say. It's a program that's similar to a digital product that you have to actively manage and continue to hone and iterate. What's great about it is that you get to know so much more about your customers and how you can be helping them out, but you really have to continue to manage it as a product that you're growing. So we talk about My Walgreens right now, it's like a toddler. We think it was sort of it was a baby, and now it's a toddler, but we'll continue to be, growing and developing it as the program grows older.
And what's kind of the expectation as it's going to grow older, right? You had the one slide that had like all the different phases, and it obviously kind of could push into and be utilized across all those. Like, so how do you think it feeds into eventually, the overall Walgreens strategy?
Yeah, it's a key part of our strategy as the digital front door, like I said, to Walgreens. So access to that 30-minute pickup, access to doctors, talking to pharmacists. As we continue to innovate the digital space, that will be the front door for all of that innovation. there's a lot that we are looking at in terms of products and services that we can provide that we may not provide today. And there are many that we will start providing, particularly as we're going to start distributing the COVID vaccine. So there's a lot of innovation to come there that I'm really excited about. And it's all about really helping improve health outcomes and taking care of our customers' health and well-being.
That's great. That's
Versus
amazing.
it used to be just like price discounts, right? Or like get points or rewards. And it's really a lot more than that now.
Right. Now, what actually, let's you mentioned vaccines, right? And this wasn't, we didn't talk about our prep notes, but I'll put you on the spot since you just mentioned it. What do you know about vaccines right now and Walgreens? What can you share in terms of, or do you not know anything yet about that? So
I know so much. What I can share, what I can't share, I think is the other component of it. But yeah, we are having conversations about the vaccine hourly across the organization. We are actively ramping for both the first vaccines that will be available in the very near future, as well as the vaccines that will be more widely available, later in the spring. But I'm on the President's Task Force for COVID-19. So we have meetings with our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Kevin Ban, who's connected with the CDC. We have conversations with the White House, as well as, of course, our partners with Pfizer and Moderna. So there's a lot of conversations happening there. I'm very confident in our ability to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible. For us, it's really about educating about the vaccine quite a bit. We joke, nobody asked where their flu shot came from, but they're going to be asking where their COVID-19 shot came from. So a lot of it is just education component of it in partnership, with our clinical office and our pharmacists. So our pharmacists are going through the trainings currently, and I'm very thankful and very optimistic about the next few months.
That's awesome to hear. I have to, I want to say thank you before we go on to more, go back to our digital advertising and marketing, but, to go from like, hey, prescriptions and, discounted items to literally, trying to help be a part of the solution to a 100-year pandemic, right? There hasn't been one worse than 100 years ago. It's exhausting. You have to be so proud. So awesome. Just great stuff.
Thanks on all the above. I tell the teams a lot that I'm hopeful that this is at the end of our, careers, lives, that we look back and feel like we were able to actually really live into our purpose about taking care of the health and well-being of our communities in a way that we may not have anticipated when we joined Walgreens. But that feels, extremely meaningful and purposeful. And because to your point, it's exhausting and exhilarating, and the team's been at it now for over 8 months. So it's quite a time in all of our lives, for sure.
No, absolutely. So now, Walgreens, made a lot of changes. You mentioned it in your presentation where, it used to be TV centric, right? And now it's more customer centric and digital centric, right? Can you take the audience through a little bit about like where Walgreens was and where it is, and what do you think is going to be, I think also equally important, right? Is where do you see 2021, right? Like once we get past, the pandemic, which there's a light at the end of the tunnel, like what do you think changed? Also, what happened, kind of going from TV to digital to what will stay?
Yeah. So call it 2 or 3 years ago, the majority of our marketing was in TV and the paper circular. So spending, hundreds of millions in both of those vehicles that are very traditional. Historically, that's been the right way to reach a mass audience, but you can only put one message out there. And as we all know from all the ways we all consume media, that we don't consume that media in that way anymore. So moving to digital has been a big push for us. I think owned channels and loyalty programs are going to become bigger and bigger. And I think that organizations that can help organizations, whether it be agencies like yourself, or other partnerships, but really helping drive personalization and great experiences in different owned channels, I think is just the key to the future. For me too, I'm a big fan of leveraging your equity and your assets and being able to unlock them in new ways with new technologies. So the more and more that marketers can be unlocking that and looking to do that, I think that's going to maximize both the customer experience and business growth.
Yeah, no doubt. We've heard it from so many clients that, not only could they activate against not just one audience, right? It could be, let's say, obviously could activate against your own audience, but you could also activate against your competitor's audience. You can activate against, audiences that overlap, right? Both, right? I won't say a competitor's name because, but they go to Walgreens and so. Pharmacy and or so that there's multiple ways to activate, right? And then there's multiple ways for creative and messaging, right? That's so.
And it has to be a great experience for your customer. Otherwise, it's a run to the bottom line. So I'm very big in figuring out how can you create just delightful experiences for your customer so that they're actively wanting to have another engagement with you, right? So how are you creating that with them? I think is just critical.
Yeah, it's like matching your customer with a relevant creative or relevant messaging, right? Like, so if they were at Walgreens yesterday, you don't want to send them an ad that says, hey, come on, here, come to the store, come do curbside because we haven't seen you in, a month, right? Versus someone that hasn't been there for 6 months, they should get a different message, right?
And what's really interesting there is how systems used to talk to each other when it was more hardware and how systems talk to each other right now. I'm figuring out how to get them to talk to each other right now in terms of, old hardware and new cloud-based services. But that's just key, right? And marketers, the more marketers can understand that, then they can understand what they can do and what they can't do, and where they have outages, and they can find, partners that can help them solve it.
Yeah, no, it's very, very cool. What about, you mentioned agencies before, right? And then so how does there's been, for my company, we've seen we support agencies, right? And but we'll also work with brands directly. And for us, it's been a massive shift, right? We went from 3 years ago, 1% of our clients were direct to brand, and 99% was with agency, right? And that agency did social, mobile, whatever, and we were in that mobile bucket for them. And then last year it was 9%. This year it's 40%, right? Yeah. So it's massive shift. So, but there's also a place for agencies, right? What's kind of your view, and what does Walgreens take in terms of where the agency is a value for you? And what do you do in-house? Like, can you take everyone through that?
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of having a few key relationships that your agency is part of, but that you also have that direct relationship. So one great example would be Google. We have a great relationship with Google. We've done a lot of really interesting things with them, and we'll continue to do so. So we work directly with them. I talk directly with them all the time, but then the agency is also part of those conversations. So it's not the agency isn't like the clearinghouse for it. They're just sitting at the table with that partner. I have a few of those. I probably have about 5 of those. Again, just really strong relationships with that agency. With the smaller agents, or Google's not a small agency, that was maybe not the right example, but with the smaller agency, but that our AOR, WP, is also sitting at the table. I'm a big fan of working that way. I tend to see that, or I get the feeling from some of the big players that they feel like their ideas get watered down if it goes through an agency. So again, but we also don't want to be fielding every single option out there. So choose the key ones that you want to have, the key relationships that you want to have, and then use your AOR to sort of sift through some of the other ones, especially as you're looking to do targeted things throughout the year.
Right. And then so this year, obviously, TV production, you couldn't produce a commercial or you couldn't do it quickly, and it was slow,
I did
right?
produce commercials, but it wasn't easy.
Right. It was very challenging, right? And then there's radio, there's print that you said, right? So a lot of that got just reduced naturally, right? And there is obviously a lot of great ads that people were able to produce in a very tactful and meaningful way. And then so there was a shift to like only digital, right? So where do you see the mix after the pandemic? Do you see it kind of going back to where it was? Do you see it staying heavier digital? What's your prediction there?
I think without question, it's going to stay heavier digital. I think that when you look at how people are consuming media, it's just shifted dramatically. I think for video that people are watching, creating, I think a lot, it's going to continue to get more and more addressable. So that can work harder and harder, for brands and for retailers like myself. But I think that video overall will continue to be a smaller part of the total media viewing. I do think that there's some interesting things that are happening in terms of like partnerships with video content, whether it be at Netflix or somewhere else, that's creating some really interesting relationships and outcomes. So I can see that continuing, but the old 30-second ad on mass cable channels, I think that will continue to decline.
Yeah. So, and then you mentioned before being proud of a advertisement that you produced this year. Can you tell us a little bit about that, and then maybe a digital one that you really liked as well, and how that all came together?
Yeah, absolutely. So one that I'm proud's a little bit of a tough word to use, given a pandemic. No, but I am proud. There's a couple spots that we did over the summer. One was around safety and just showing the different measures that we've done for safety in our stores from the viewpoint of a variety of different people. Had to shoot overnight because we didn't want to shut down the store given everything that's happening right now, and used families. So that's one thing that we've done for both that shot and our flu shot, is that rather than like casting actors, we used real families. We did it first time with flu last year. I'm a big believer that you can, as a human, just tell if someone is acting versus if it's something that's actually authentic, and capturing those authentic relationships, especially when it relates to flu shots or any of the other services that we provide, I think is just critical. And so we did that for our safety spot over the summer. We did it for flu, and we're really looking for like variety in who we depict, just because of the wide breadth of humanity and a Walgreens customer. So one of our spots over the summer that was really fun when we were shooting flu was with the director Malik, who did Beyonce's Lemonade video. And he joined all the casting, all the getting to know the different families and relationships calls. He was so involved. It was just an awesome experience.
That's really
From a digital perspective, it's totally different because rather than one finished good, we basically are creating a bunch of different components and then orchestrating how those components come together across different digital touch points. So it's been interesting to have the team learn that, hey, we can't have people signing off on every single digital spot because we have 2 million of them. It's just not a way that we can work. So then how do you look at what the guardrails are, what the components are, and how you work to be able to deliver, again, just a massive variety of experiences in our digital channels.
Now, and I remember from your slide that you showed earlier, I love the new brand guidelines where you have the real images, and then you always have do you have a word for it? The red line, right? It comes from
the script, like the pharmacist script.
Yes. So I can imagine that's what's really cool. I mean, whether you're digital or video or, doing both, you always have I mean, in my impression already is you have real images, real experiences with the script. The script is what pulls it together, right?
Exactly. That and the W.
Oh, right, exactly.
Plus having the color scheme of the red, white, and blue. So all 4 of those components will be across all of our customer-facing content and assets.
Right. Right now we're moving into our Q&A section. I just have
nice.
There is a lot of questions here, so we'll get through these. So, what do you see as the biggest future challenge to retail and e-commerce, and also the biggest opportunity?
I'll go biggest opportunity first. Biggest opportunity is really how do you bring brick and mortar and digital together to deliver exceptional customer experiences. You see all of your historic bricks and mortar launching digital, ourselves included, and then you see, Warby Parker, Bonobos, a bunch of sort of DTC brands that have launched actual, retail stores, and that trend started about 5 years ago. So I think the continuing to unlock both the digital and bricks and mortar together is what will be the key to, the key and the opportunity to retailers in the future. The biggest challenge is that you have to be really good at what you're doing because the customer has a bunch of choices. And so if you're not exceptional in terms of the products, the services that you're providing, how you go to market, how you're making your customer feel, you're not going to survive.
That's great. I'm going to slightly change this question and make it a little more personal for me. So I have 2 girls. They're teenagers, right? And I'm always looking for great role models for them and advice. What kind of advice do you give out to the 20-something-year-olds and the teenagers? Being a woman, right, that's been very successful and doing amazing things. Like, what advice would you give as a mentor to any of those kids out there?
No, it's a great question. I have 3 kids. I have a 8-year-old, an almost 5-year-old, and a 2-year-old, and the 5-year-old's my only girl. And it's funny because I look down at them and they're all so smart and have strong personalities. But I look at the girl and I don't want her to have a different career path than a boy just because she is a girl, right? I want her, whatever she wants to do, I want her to be able to do that and for her to feel very confident in the choices and options that she's making. For me, I say, well, your spouse is key. So pick a partner in life that will be supportive of what you want. Mine is absolutely amazing at that, and I'm exceptionally thankful for it because my job both at home and at work would be a lot harder if that weren't the case. 2 is find something that you love because then it just makes everything easier and you'll enjoy it and go further and faster. And then my last one is know how to manage yourself well. So know like when you need to take a break. Know when you're like not really enjoying what you're doing and should make a pivot. Know when you feel like, hey, I haven't learned anything really incremental in the past 3 months. And if it's in the past 3 months, wait another 3 months. And if it's been 6 months and you haven't like really learned something that's incremental, then you should probably, look at what experiences you want to go collect next. I'm a big fan of really listening to, respecting others, and life's a journey and you'll be able to leverage all your experiences along the way.
Great. So one of these questions actually is a great add-on to this is for your team at work, right? For a lot of employees, how do you have them continue to develop their abilities and skills? How do you support that? What type of programs are there?
So we are really fortunate here at Walgreens. We have a training modules that we call My Way. That is really something that we built to be able to continue to upskill and grow our marketers, especially given how rapidly marketing is changing and the implementation of the Adobe stack and Microsoft Azure data. And so we have done a lot of training this year. The training's great. I actually really enjoy it quite a bit. It's not like your old boring trainings. It's fun, engaging, and then I get ideas for what I can be doing in my job, which is great. I make sure to block time so our team has time to do that and it doesn't creep into their personal time, especially as so many people are experiencing burnout right now. And then I share, and I find things that I find helpful to continue to learn and grow, I share those with my teams too. So I do a weekly note to my team, sharing highlights from the past week, what's coming up in the future week. If I have a fun photo of a team, bring your kids to the meeting or something like that, I'll include that. And then I'll include if I have content that I think would just be helpful for them to learn from.
That's great. Here's another one for you. During this year, how has your leadership style changed?
Yeah. My leadership style has changed in this past year. I think that for me, I'm trying to make sure my team is doing a ton right now, and there's a ton that's going on in everybody's personal lives as well. And so I'm just trying to help them not burn out transparently, because there's so much that we're doing. And so what's been great is that everybody's really excited about our work. And so it's continuing to really shine the light on our North Star and show all the progress that we've been making as we've gone through just a massive amount of change in the past 8 months. So I think it's really continuing to keep the team motivated, patting ourselves on the back, and trying to connect as much as possible. I no longer send emails on Saturday mornings. I try not to, just to give everybody a break.
I know. I draft my emails on the weekend and I don't send.
Yes, exactly.
How do you continue to build personal relationships as well, right? Like, is there anything that you do to, help develop that, right? It's a lot harder when you're code and whatnot.
That's one of my biggest observations is as we use Microsoft Teams culture, that every meeting is a business meeting, and there's less of that sort of hallway banter or just getting to know people and having a pulse on how people are doing. I do a few different things. So I call them listening tours, and I have them with small groups, and we purposely just talk about, get to know each other, talk about what's happening in our lives, anything you think that I could be doing that would help out, and just sort of get to know each other. And I found those have been probably the most helpful in terms of continuing to build those relationships across the organization.
Great. The rest of the questions are around the vaccine and getting a little more information. So there's questions in here about, timing, what you're hearing, what you could basically more because we touched on it, right? And as much as we both love advertising and marketing, right? That's fact. There's nothing more important than the health of every person in this country, right?
Yep.
What can you share? Could we circle back to that, in terms of obviously there's might be things you can't share because there's different things that need to be approved and whatnot. But do you have any idea how people, for example, vaccine is announced that it's ready, approved. There's going to be a staging approach, I assume. And
yes.
How do you envision the start of it happening?
Yeah, I think so. First of all, it's a lot of it's regulated at the state level, so there isn't necessarily a federal. This is how it's going to happen. Everything that you've read in the news sharing that it's likely a vaccine's coming out very soon, I would hold credible. I think that there, without question, will be a staging. Clearly, those that are most at risk on the front lines in long-term care will be on the short list to start to receive it. There will be two immunizations that you have to get. Definitely get the second one. If you don't get the second one, the first one won't matter. So make sure you get both. And I think everything you're hearing about it being more widespread available in the spring, I also would hold highly credible. Everything that I'm seeing in the news, at least as of the last 24 hours, and you can also Google Walgreens and COVID-19, you can learn more there. But everything that I'm hearing the last 24 hours in the news that at least I can see, I can say is exactly what we're working on behind the scenes.
That's great. That's And so what? So one of the other questions was, hey, if my 75-year-old parent, right? Let's just obviously states change. Is it that you have to basically kind of register with a Walgreens eventually, or how would that? How do you get in line? I guess is the.
We are actively trying to figure that out. We're working on that right now.
Right. I can't imagine. I mean, what do we have? 400 million people in the U.S., right? I should probably know that number better, but
it's going to be a heavy lift, that's for sure. But we have, I shared, we have, over 9,000 locations. We have 400,000 team members. We are aggressively putting our whole organization against this so that we can really help out as much as possible.
Well, I want to thank you for your time today, Melissa. That was, we talked a lot about advertising and marketing, but more importantly, I think you gave a lot of people a lot of hope about what's to come, and that's really important. And I see Jim is here to close it out. So thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you so much, Ken. It was great to chat. Really appreciate it.
I got to say, guys, that was it was such an interesting session. I think Alyssa, starting with your keynote to really kind of go through the strategy of Walgreens as a marketer was really fascinating. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then wrapping up with basically your advice for the female youth of America, which is also like super insightful. And COVID logistics, you said completely comprehensive and like very educational.
That was not prepared remarks, so you should know, Jim. So.
It was not. I like to be as productive as possible with my time, so it was fun. I appreciate it.
Well, you absolutely nailed it, Alyssa. So, listen, Ken, thank you both again, and have a wonderful afternoon and evening.
Awesome. Thank you too. Bye.
Bye, guys. Okay, so for our last session of the day, we have Greg Revelle, the CMO of Kohl's. I said to Greg earlier this week that I'm extremely impressed that he has time to join us today, not only because it's a very busy season for Kohl's, but also the Sephora announcement, which is, I think, a game changer for the business and really, really exciting. So welcome, Greg. And then also we're joined by Dallas Lawrence, head of communications at Roku, and these two are going to be talking about a number of different things focused on holiday campaigns, brand loyalty, and changing consumer behaviors. So, gentlemen, on to you.
Thanks, James. Greg, welcome. Thrilled to have you here. Let me brag on you for a second, if I could. Thrilled to welcome Greg Revelle, who couldn't ask for a better panelist as we are in this height of the holiday season. Greg is the CMO of Kohl's, America's largest department store chain, over 1,000 stores in 49 states. I guess too bad Hawaii. We'll have to think about what Hawaii needs to do to get that store to make it 50 out of 50. But also a fantastic previous experience as CMO of another hugely popular retailer, Best Buy. So really thrilled, Greg, to have you join us today as we close out the session.
Yeah, thanks, Dallas. It's great to be here, and congrats on everything that's going on at Roku as well. It's been quite a ride this year. I'd love to get a little bit from you as well as we go through the session.
It should be great. I think it's a perfect time for us talking about kind of the future of media. Well, since I am from Roku, as the largest streaming platform in the United States, we always like to start with the first question of what are you streaming today? Did you catch anything great? Did you binge anything great over the holiday season?
Well, I'd say, first of all, I'm a huge sports fan. So thank goodness the NFL season and the college season are continuing the pace. It's been a little interesting. We got a game last night, right? The first Wednesday night football game we've probably had in a long time. I'm just thankful that we're kind of getting back to normal activity in the video space. So for me, it's sports. I just watched a great movie over the weekend called The 12th Man. I don't know if you heard of that one. It's a Norwegian film, actually, pretty esoteric. It's a kind of a World War II epic about a resistance fighter that escaped the Germans over the course of the war. It's pretty fascinating. So it's really cool how you can get these different films you might not see in a theater. You can get them from all over the world these days.
That's great. I'm deep into Yellowstone. I just binge watched season 1. I think I would watch Kevin Costner paint a wall, but it was you're so right. There's so much great stuff out there. Well, let's just dig right into it. I mean, I think that is a lot of the sessions today have touched on this kind of unprecedented year that we're coming out of. And as we think about retail, from the growth of touchless shopping, something we never really, a term that wasn't even in the lexicon a year ago, online sales obviously growing exponentially. We saw that it was the biggest Black Friday kind of on record for the market, and lots of online growth there. We really are seeing, massive disruptions in television advertising with the upfronts changing. It would be great to just hear from your perspective. What are some of the major shifts that you've seen in COVID and from COVID-19 on retail, and particularly which ones are you seeing are really going to be more secular long-term, that a year from now, when we're no longer kind of concerned about, the impacts of COVID, you think these changes will be permanent?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we're just kind of getting to the phase where we can start to predict the future. It's been such a tumultuous year. I would go back. So retail, and particularly apparel, that's what we mainly sell: apparel, footwear, and home. And the apparel sector is just totally transformed this year. First you have, very different wearing occasions, right? People are working from home, they're not going to work. And so what people are wearing every day is just very different. And also just the sales environment as well. So we were one of those sort of deemed non-essential retailers that had to close back in the early part of this year. So at that point, we essentially went from all of our 1,100 stores open 1 week to 2 weeks later, we're just a purely digital business. And as part of that, we had to make a bunch of changes. So one would be, obviously, we're going very heavily into digital marketing. So our whole marketing mix changed. In fact, we had been a very long-term print advertiser, one of the larger print advertisers in the US, primarily in newspaper, as well as quite a bit of direct mail. And one of the sort of early shifts that we made is we turned it all off. We called literally every one of our print partners, and we took it from tens of millions of dollars each quarter to literally zero over the course of about a month. And as part of that, we shifted heavy into digital, quite a bit of broadcast as well within that mix. And as the business has come back, we opened up our stores again, and we've gradually been bringing our mix sort of back to where it was. But that said, we've had a lot of learnings as well as part of that process. And so we're not going to go back as heavily as we did in the newspaper. We did have a Black Friday tab, as you could probably imagine, and a few others over the course of the season. But we actually don't see ourselves going nearly as heavily into traditional print as we once were. And even from a direct mail standpoint, we put a lot of that into a lot of the sort of social media, more direct. You can actually directly target a lot of this stuff, but doing it through social and other sort of digital forms rather than in print is far more efficient. And one of the other big benefits of that is it allows us to change the creative pretty quickly. So if you think about the lead times, in our production cycle, in a print world, we had to do it, 2 or 3 months in advance, essentially commit to what we wanted to sell and talk about. Whereas in digital, we can have an idea on a Monday and have it in market by the weekend. And so we've valued that flexibility so much, we were going to lean into that in the future. So there's a lot that's going to change from how we do the work, and also in terms of the media that we choose, we're really going to look for more flexibility, and of course, always looking for more ROI as well.
That's great. I would make a quick pitch as well to any parents out there watching. Well, I know apparel and home goods are top for you guys. Kohl's has like the secret toy selection that I always feel like is where every other store is sold out. Kohl's always has that. It's in the far back right of the store, at least at our Kohl's, and I can always find what I need there. So if you're a parent looking for those last minute toys, you may not think of Kohl's top of mind, but hit the toy section because it's always rich with stuff, even to the last minute there. I'd like to pick on this flexibility thing a little bit, because I think it's a really interesting topic that we're hearing an awful lot about, especially from, where we sit at Roku, the flexibility now to be able to turn television buys on and off by region, to be able to flex around, if you're having a COVID spike and one state has shut down, you can move your spend immediately out of that into another state. If you're having inventory challenges, given your footprint, how have you, maybe you could unpack for us an example of how you've had to be very flexible and nimble, and where you've turned on a dime and how that's worked for you?
Yeah, I'd say one really good example would be, with store openings and closings, right? You kind of hit on it. Every state, every situation is different. And so what we're doing is some states, they're relatively more conservative in terms of, fewer customers per store, whereas others, the outbreaks aren't nearly as much of an issue. So actually tailoring where we're spending and how we're spending based upon the individual markets. And so one that customers are really looking to shop more online. We're tending to tout our store pickup, as an option for folks, or certainly delivery to the home. Whereas for a lot of markets where stores continue to be a really important part of sort of the shopping journey, we kind of go for full funnel. And the ability to target really on a micro basis, it used to be extremely hard to do. You would know this from the television world. If you want to do that in video, you'd have to go and do a bunch of local TV marketing. Whereas these days through the platforms, Roku is a great example. You can target customers with different creative, really on a hyper localized basis. So it allows us to be really flexible and even change it week by week. So that's been super helpful. The other thing about it is you can target the products. We found enormous benefits in being able to say, okay, in these markets, say kids are a really big deal, and kids business is doing great. Whereas in others, it might be about workout and sort of fitness. And you'd think some of these things would be more national, but we're actually seeing there's these real hyper local trends that we're able to leverage and do it with video, which is a really new and cool thing for us.
That's great. I'm just curious. I'd love to jump in and talk about your holiday plans this year. I mean, we've just come out of the Black Friday, but we're obviously got 3 solid weeks left here. Maybe could you share a little bit how you prepared differently for the holiday season this year, and maybe what your holiday strategy is?
Yeah, that's a great question. Now that we're kind of 2/3 of the way through it, it's nice to be able to kind of look back on some things that we've done, and some things have worked out great, others opportunities to learn. I'd say in terms of things that have worked out well, we had an insight really back in sort of the April-May timeframe that this was going to be a really different holiday, right? And what was going to be important to the customer was going to be different in 2020 from what it had been in prior years. And one of the longest lead time things that we have is how we think about the brand and what we want to stand for over the course of the season. And so actually all the way back in April, May, we decided to move from a very sort of celebratory, bombastic tone, which if you kind of look back at our prior ads, they were sort of over the top and really exciting and very energetic, I would say. And we felt, based upon where we were, that the country was probably still going to be in a very different time. And we decided to really root into this sort of core emotional need around connection. And so if you think about, just think about the word social distancing, or the term social distancing. It's of course absolutely necessary for the physical health of everybody in the US, but it's enormously detrimental for the emotional health of everybody in the US. And as we've sort of gone through the pandemic and we talked to our colleagues and our teammates, this sort of need for social connection is probably the greatest hunger that people have right now. More so than even having great Christmas gifts and stuff like that in the holiday period. And so we decided to really build a whole campaign around the sort of idea of emotional connection and really how does Kohl's play in this space? And for us, it's about, we do create bonds between families, whether it's in shopping and gifting and all sort of events and occasions that we support with, like Thanksgiving dinners and all the sort of great things that you do in your home. And so we really decided to make a holiday campaign with that sort of thinking in mind, to sort of leverage where the zeitgeist of the country was going to be. If we could, I'd actually love to show the spot, and I could talk a bit about sort of the outcome of that.
I think we can do that with the miracle of modern WebEx. Let's see if our hosts can get it rolling. Well, while they tee up the video, let me ask you a kind of a deeper question. I'd love to get on the holiday, and we'll pause once the video starts rolling. Specifically, you mentioned these just kind of shifts you're seeing in how consumers. Oh, here we go. Good.
There we go. Hey, Dallas, I think you're still on mute. There we go.
Oh, can you hear me now? I was just saying, I don't know about everybody else. I've got tears in my eyes. I'm an emotional Italian guy, so I get those things get me right here. But talk to us about that. I mean, Willie Nelson, awesome. I mean, amazing. The song. I mean, what was the strategy behind that and the thinking? It's obviously a very light touch.
Yeah, it's not meant to be a hard-hitting ad at all. In fact, quite the opposite. We really wanted to sort of hit where the emotion of the country was going to be. And the one thing that we wanted to balance with, there's a sort of a sadness, if you will, about everything that we've been through. It's been such a difficult year. But that said, we think there's hope, right? And especially now, there's a vaccine, and I think people are starting to sort of see the end of the tunnel on it. And we didn't know any of that, of course, when we produced the spot, but we did want to paint a picture of hope and positivity, and creating connection even where it's difficult. And I think the team did a really nice job through that in the storytelling involved to really bring that to the customer. And we've gotten really good feedback on it. We're obviously looking to kind of elevate Kohl's in the customer's mind, and we think this spot really helped us do that.
That's one of those ads you want to see over and over again. As a user. Let me just dig a little bit into your ad strategy. I think one of the trends that we saw this year, at least from a Harris Poll survey that we did, but I think we're also hearing it from retails, is that the holiday season began a lot earlier. We saw that fully a third of shoppers began their holiday shopping in September. And that elongated season, what we're seeing from a lot of our advertising partners, has meant a need to be fresh and creative with advertising. Whereas you don't just get 1 week. Black Friday for many is month long, and others. This is obviously a very powerful ad that you've shown, but maybe talk to us a little about kind of how you cadenced your overall ad strategy for the holidays.
Yeah, that's a great question. We changed a lot. In addition to changing the brand tone of the company, we've also started a lot earlier. So you probably recall Prime Day was in the early part of October this year. And I think for a lot of retail and for a lot of customers, that sort of marked the beginning of holiday for this year. Yep. And so we really started our campaign at the beginning of October. Used to be consumers would hate it when you did that. We would get complaints if we had any sort of holiday stuff in the stores. But this year, I think customers are actually really looking for it. They were ready to kind of move into the holiday season. So that was a big piece. I think another big thing that we observed early, and we have a lot of insights, and that's a really big part of how we kind of go to market. One of the insights we had was that practical gifts were much more important this year. And the economy is obviously in a much different place from what it was, and so a lot of people, there's actually probably going to be more gift giving overall this year. There's a lot of forecasts out there about having a pretty good holiday season. But in terms of what is given, it's really an emphasis on what are people going to use. It's not that thing that you're going to get and say, wow, that's amazing, wear it once and call it good. What customers are really looking for, gift givers are really looking for, what is that recipient going to love and use and sort of make it part of their everyday lives? And so we've tended to focus our content this year a lot more on these everyday practical gifts. And then to your point, the whole season itself, it's like November is like one long Black Friday. And so to sort of reflect that, we like everybody, we had our stores closed on Thanksgiving this year. We thought that was just a great decision. First and foremost, it was for myself personally, I got to spend my Thanksgiving with my family for the first time in many, many years. Usually we're out and about doing a lot of things with our stores, but also for our store associates and our customers. I think they really appreciated being able to take that day off with their families and then sort of pick it up Friday. And so instead, we started our Black Friday on the Sunday before. So we had a big event the previous Sunday. Did lots of customers sort of we don't call them doorbusters anymore. We call them super deals. But lots of great deals for customers that wanted to shop early and sort of throughout the week. So I think a lot of those things will probably stay in the future. There's certainly a lot to be learned about what the customer's expectations are for the future. But we actually really liked how it played out this year.
I think that's great. One of the interesting data points that we saw from the research that we've done is that it talks right into what you're speaking, is that a third of holiday shoppers said they were going to buy gifts for people that they could specifically use to make dealing with COVID easier, whether that's working from home. A whole new holiday gift event opened this year. And we saw another data point that said a third of consumers said they were going to be buying more gifts for more people because they weren't going to be able to visit them this year. So yeah, I think that really plays into those two trends that you're speaking to. You were talking a little minute ago about kind of the sales funnel. I wanted to get back on that because I think there's we're seeing this kind of interesting shift in how we used to think of the sales funnel. I'd love to get your thoughts on it as a large advertiser. Traditionally, television was top of the funnel awareness, and we had our digital performance at the bottom. We see with streaming that it's kind of flattened that. You can do direct performance. I think one of my favorite statistics that I've seen this season is 2/3 of millennials said that they have paused an ad they've seen while they were streaming to go research and shop for that product in real time. And that is just a complete shift in how we used to think about that. How is Kohl's thinking about the journey when you capture that consumer and how you're converting them with all the channels that are there?
Oh yeah, it's so awesome that you can do that, by the way. I love just the whole experience of watching TV or just any kind of media. It's so, like the consumer is so much more in control. It lets people do things like that. I'd say the big thing for us was the flexibility, and so that's become such a more important part. And to your point, TV has always been sort of this long lead time, highly produced. But it was one thing you had to make a lot of choices, 3 or 4 months before the ad would run, and we've really moved away from that. I'd say, that holiday spot was probably the longest lead time thing we've done in a long time. And we shot it about 2.5 months ago. So, call it 2 months before we had to run it is when we had to make the final decisions on it. But the vast majority of our content now we're producing within 2 weeks, and really distributing across all channels. We have an in-house TV and print and sort of photo production studio. So we can make any kind of content that we want and have it. If it's relatively low production value, we can get it up, within 48 hours. If it's a little higher production value, a couple of weeks. So, and then you combine that with the media channels. And, you're well aware of this. The upfronts are just a very different world now. I don't think we'll ever go to a pure scatter market, or at least not in the near term. But we're certainly in a world where we're valuing media partners who can give us a lot of flexibility. We will certainly spend, plenty of money in the future. It's not a matter of budgets being low, but what we want is the ability to move them around, both in response to how customer behavior is changing, what products and content they want, as well as we're often going after different kinds of customers. And like a really good example during COVID, a lot of people's behaviors changed, right? And so one of the things that we wanted to do, we noticed that there were lots of new customers in the market that we just hadn't seen before. And let's say their local store was closed. And so they were now looking for new places to shop for various products that we sell. And so we really went deep into prospecting, much more so than we would have done in sort of an ordinary environment, to try to bring in all these new customers. And in order to do that, we want to be able to target very specific demographics and very specific behaviors through like OTT providers allow us to do that now. The social channels, Google, they've all really advanced their capabilities to go after very specific targets and to use any kind of content that you want. It could be a real hard-hitting promotion, but it could be something very brand-oriented, or maybe it's a style-oriented piece. So just that flexibility that we get now it's really impressive, and we've had to change our whole production chain in order to be able to take advantage of it.
That's interesting. I'd love to dig in a little bit more, because this concept of prospecting and going after new folks, one of the things that Kohl's has that I think is just so strong, I see it in my family, is this loyalty concept. And I know that you all launched kind of in the midst of all this crisis that's going on in the world, you took it upon yourself to redo your vision for the company. And maybe you could walk us through a little bit of that, because I think it's both the timing of the exercise is fascinating, but you really leaned into loyalty in a time where a lot of people were saying that maybe it's more about convenience and value and price. But maybe help us understand a little bit kind of the data and the thinking that got you there, and what this new mission and vision values means for your company and how you're approaching the consumer.
Yeah, we've been really aggressive, I'd say, over the last 6 months of not slowing down. Let's not let all the challenges of working in the environment that we're in slow down our vision and where we want to get to as an organization. So one of the things that we did was actually rolled out a whole new company strategy. It's, beyond loyalty, we actually looked at the whole 5-year plan for Kohl's, and it's several months worth of work, went into looking at this and really taking a hard examination of where we are, where the customer is going, and how we can better serve them. And we launched a whole new strategy in October, right before right before the holiday season. And there's sort of three main components of that. One is we want to be the destination for the active and casual lifestyle. That's a great, if you look at how purchase patterns are changing, part of people staying at home is they're wearing a lot of casual and athleisure, certainly vis-a-vis to where they were before. And we had this in mind, well before COVID, and COVID just reinforced, what a great idea that was, is to sort of lean into that sector. And then on the loyalty and value side, we've always been known for loyalty. We've had a terrific loyalty program for so many years. Our credit card is really, really valued by our customers. And we're known for our deals and discounts. I mean, if you sort of look at what customers say about Kohl's, they talk about, great coupons, great deals. And they also talk about our loyalty program in the name of Kohl's Cash, and our previous one it was called Yes to You. But what they told us was it was sort of confusing how all these things fit together. And they really wanted us to simplify how we did value. So part of that was, let's streamline the loyalty program. Let's make Kohl's Cash the center of that. So we previously had these points that we would issue. So we got rid of the points, and now it's just 5% Kohl's Cash back every day. We also wanted to leverage a lot of these data around personalization. So we have any number of means of sort of getting different content to you as a customer, as a loyalty member, giving you better ways to save with Kohl's. And then, the last piece was on sort of our pricing structure. And we had a lot of layered promotions. So you might have a couple coupons that would stack on top of each other, in addition to having sort of the base price of the item. And what customers were telling us was they prefer just to be simpler. So we took the opportunity to really reduce the number of promotions that we have at any given time, broaden them as well. So it's a lot simpler to essentially come in the store, know exactly how to save, and then get a great essentially value proposition in the form of Kohl's Cash when you do that. And then the last piece is really on the experience. And we've invested a ton in our omni-channel experience. Almost 40% of our e-com orders were actually fulfilled through stores in the last quarter. So we really wanted to beef up our capabilities there, both for things like Drive Up, where you can drive up with your car, pop the trunk, and an associate will put your product right in the car, as well as how our stores can be a really important part of getting product to you faster. So we launched all that in the middle of the pandemic, and we think it sets us up well, not just for the holiday, but for the years to come.
Just to add, kind of one more ornament on the tree of things that you've added. You made your announcement this week with Sephora. Maybe you could talk a little about how that fits into your strategy. Have you ever done anything like this as a company before? And what's the vision behind that? Yeah,
we're super, super excited about Sephora. Just a truly world-class organization, the global leader in beauty. And we as a company for a long time felt that beauty was really important to our customer. We have a very, very strong women's business, one that we want to continue to invest in and really drive. So part of that is in offering more relevant product, particularly in athleisure, like I mentioned. And then they really wanted more of a one-stop shop from us as well from a beauty standpoint. And so when we had the opportunity to partner with them, of course, we just jumped on it. And we're really excited about, one, their people are just amazing. The cultural fit between the two. We love innovating and trying new things. I could talk about all the experiments that we try. Sephora is very similar. They're always trying new things. They're always bringing new brands. So we really love that about them. And they have a great store as well. So we released sort of a rendering of what the store is going to look like. We think it's going to be just an absolutely fabulous place for the customer to come in and shop for beauty. So we're really excited about the partnership. We think it brings a ton to Kohl's, and we think it gives great access to Sephora as well, to a bunch of Kohl's customers who are really going to enjoy their product.
That's great. We talked earlier about kind of the changing media landscape and, cord cutting and how, in some cases, 1 out of 3, even more in some others of target consumers have no access to cable today. They've cut the cord. And one of the questions that's coming via the chat is, it's basically right on this, and I'll just give it to you now. It's, what trends in consumer media consumption behavior are causing you to shift differently? You touched on this a little bit, but I think they're specifically looking like, is it from that secular trend conversation we're having? Do we think you're ever going to go back to the dollar levels you were at in print? Are those moving stronger into, social? Are you seeing social decrease now that you can do performance with CTV? Maybe just talk about kind of some of the media trends shifts that you're seeing.
Yeah, I think there's a couple lenses that at least that we look at. One is sort of the form of the media. So we look at sort of video, outdoor, more graphical, and then you have sort of like Google, like shopping type products. And I'd say where we're going is more in terms of high fidelity. So, richer imagery all the way up through more video. And what we really like is that essentially every channel now has some sort of video product associated with it. So consumers it's not, it used to be in the old days, TV was where you did video, and then everything else was, at most photography, and then, sort of text and less fidelity below that. Now, virtually everywhere a customer is, video is the primary or the best way to really convey a rich message. So we really like that. In terms of over the top, we love the flexibility of it, like I mentioned, and the ability to really target in ways that you couldn't do with TV in the past, and also the lack of commitment, right? So if we find something that works, we can very quickly do more of it, which is just incredible. And then if it doesn't work, that's fine. We don't have a long-term commitment to it as well. And so we like that a lot. And the measurability, right? That's a really big deal. Historically, a lot of video has been measured by impressions, right? Or audience share. And that's great. We have plenty of ways to try to translate that into, top line and bottom line performance. But with so much more of the data connectivity that we're now able to have, we can actually determine what drives true sales in a given store on a given day. And so that gives particularly our analytics teams a tremendous ability to help us leverage our spend more. So I'd say long term, we're going to put a lot more money into those types of channels that allow us to measure, put a lot more money into video with respect to a lot of other forms of media. And I think, print, it's a great question. We'll continue to do direct mail, especially for our most loyal customers, but probably less so over time.
Next question from the chat session is kind of a personal one. And it says, how has your personal leadership style changed over the past few months? Have you been able to develop more personal relationships with your colleagues and partners? Or maybe just talk about you as a leader, you run a large team. How have you managed that, and how have you seen your own leadership style adapt?
Yeah, well, I'd say it's a challenge in so many ways. It's something I talk about with my direct reports all the time. With everyone at home, a lot of the serendipitous conversations that we used to have are just gone. And, you can see I'm in my office. There's a very, very small group of us who are in the office every day. And I've been able to come in, but my sort of typical routine was like a couple times a day, I would walk the floor. And, we're pretty centralized. So the vast majority of my teammates are right here in the building. And so just being able to kind of walk around and say hello to everybody, or check in, like if I had, a question about something, or I want to congratulate somebody for something really cool, I could just walk into their cube. And I'll be honest, I really miss that. It's so much harder. Like I'll text people now, and I'll, try to reach out that way, but it's just not the same. And so I would say among all the different companies, everybody sort of has a different point of view on sort of how they want to work going forward. I think we'll be more flexible, and we're not going to be all the way, everybody has to come back to the office, but I certainly personally look forward to the day when I'll be able to see a lot more of my colleagues here, face to face. I think it makes a big difference. But I've had to work really hard, I would say. I'm doing a lot of like cross-team video messages. I do weekly emails to the team. I encourage my colleagues to just reach out anytime. I've always sort of had an open door policy, and I'd say I wanted to emphasize that more. But also I've wanted to kind of mimic a lot of the routines that we had before. And what I've found, a lot of people feel like this home environment is so jarring. It's so different from what they're used to. A lot of them sort of crave routine, right? And they want sort of regularity in their schedules. And so I've tried to do that as well, mimicking a lot of the behaviors and systems that we had in the past. And so far the results have been good. I'd say people are generally appreciative, but a lot of people are looking forward to coming back.
A similar question came in. I think it's probably, we have a number of folks who are in the marketing space, and they're kind of asking specifically how you're building teams now. So, the question was, how does a marketing leader structure a team to make sure you're recruiting candidates today that have kind of the diverse skill set that marketers need, from both understanding the tech. If we just think about how the role has changed in the last 5 years and how much more is technology driven, like how are you thinking about recruiting the right talent? How do you structure your team to make sure that talent both wants to come and stay at Kohl's once they're there?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I've worked a number of different places and actually had a different team structure in essentially every team based upon the needs that we have. as a company, we're very collaborative. Like there's no one function that can kind of work in its own silo and get its job done. So the way I built it, I'm super close with my cross team sort of executive. So on the wall next to me, our CTO sits there. He and I are very tight. To your point, technology is an important part of marketing these days, if not the most important collaborator. So he and I are very close. Our CFO is one door down from that. I probably talk to her 3 or 4 times a day. So I think it's really important, as a senior marketer, that you have really good connections across the company. You can't just sort of stay in your own world because it takes so much collaboration. And then in terms of my direct reports team, it's pretty simple, actually. I have 5 direct reports. I have a leader of our brand experience and creative teams. So she essentially leads, obviously, all of our creative strategy and production, and it's a huge operation, just making all those pieces fit together. And also our experience design for our stores and our e-commerce sites. So essentially everything the customer sees, she's more or less responsible for. And then we have a media and personalization leader. So she does personalization, loyalty, like we talked about earlier, and then all of our media. And she and the creative person sit right next to each other. They're sort of hall mates. And then we have a leader of our overall sort of product strategy and promotions who's right next to them. And so he's responsible for everything with regards to all of our offers. Kohl's Cash is a big piece of his world, essentially all the value that we're giving to the customer. So he's sort of driving our value strategy. And then our corporate communications team, which also does our CSR work, is another team. And then our customer service and financial services team. And so the sort of big 3 marketers, they're constantly collaborating. And I would say that if there's one thing I've learned over the course of my career about how to build a really good team is you have to figure out what's the right formula for chemistry. Because, if these folks are sitting next to each other, they're in 10 meetings a day, it is so important that they collaborate well and they really click. And I feel really fortunate. I have a wonderful group of people that work really well together.
That's great. Well, last question as we wrap up the session. A lot of marketers listening and kind of, looking for the crystal ball. And I think we all kind of feel like we only have the magic 8 ball right now that just says come back later in many cases to these questions. But if you were to look at your crystal ball into 2021, what do you think are the biggest things, the biggest trends that are going to be in store for retailers, big and small, brands big and small? Just maybe walk us through a couple of those as we wrap up here.
Yeah, I think the biggest trend, the one that we're really leading into, is sort of the casualization of America. And so that's particularly relevant for anyone in sort of the fashion apparel space. So we're very much investing in that area. I think the other one is omnichannel. And, you have Amazon, obviously a pure play e-commerce player, though it's interesting that they're moving increasingly into brick and mortar, including a pretty big partnership with us. But you look at those that are really succeeding, and I think the real winners are those that are doing a great job at both. Like it's really, you can't, in my view, you can't be a great digital only player and really get big, but nor can you be a really great brick and mortar player without a digital strategy. And the companies that are really winning now are those that have invested over many years in those capabilities. And I think you'll see that continue to grow, and customers will come back to stores. So particularly that store piece will be important again.
I think the buzzword of the day is the casualization of America. That is a brilliant insight that I think will have a lot of usability for lots of marketers. Well, thank you so much. I see that James has come back. Greg, we're thrilled to have you today and for your insights. Thank you. Best of luck to Kohl's. We know you don't need it. Things are going great. And thank you in advance for all the gifts that will be under my tree from Kohl's. The kids are thrilled already. But James, over to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Dallas. Amazing session, guys. Really, really insightful. And Greg, I think, one thing that people don't necessarily talk enough about is the value of spontaneity and spontaneous conversations. And as you get to spend some time with your team in unplanned moments, I too am so excited to get back to that at some point in the future because it just has enormous value. So again, thanks a lot, guys, and have a great evening.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays to you too. So everyone, as we wrap up, those of you still on the line, I just want to ask one thing of all of you. Before that, thank you to all of our panelists, all of our moderators, to all of our keynote speakers. I think today was a really, really interesting day. I know I took a lot from it. I hope you all did too. So my ask for all of you has nothing to do with marketing, it has nothing to do with business, and it has to do with making an impact, a positive impact on the lives of people around you. So we know that there was a bunch of talk today, not only about the positivity of the consumer around a vaccine for COVID, but also some of the logistics and distribution of it, right? So we know that in a very short period of time, meaning a few months, 6 months tops, it's very likely for most people to get vaccinated. It still means that there's a number of people out there that might be living alone, that might need somebody to speak with, that could use a helping hand, that need to get through a few months. We're approaching the holiday season, so what I'm asking all of you to do is think of 3 people in your life you haven't talked to in a while that you feel could use a kind word or just a conversation with somebody, and give them all a call over the holiday season. The amount of impact you can make in other people's lives is enormous, and sometimes it's as easy as just picking up the phone. So with that, thank all of you for joining today, and have a wonderful evening and an even better holiday season.